It's a warm welcome to all our viewers from whichever part of the country you may be joining us. We are coming to you live from the BOI cricket grounds here in Katunayaka. Looks a gorgeous morning. The sun is shining bright and we are in for a promising day of cricket. It's the MCA Division C 50 over tournament and we have Bodyline versus Sampath Bank who will be taking on today's game. Looks
right, so let's have a look at the pitch conditions here at the BOI grounds in Katunayaka. Now, we got an all-important C Division match, MS Bodyline versus Sampath Bank. Now, having a look at these conditions here at the BOI grounds, now, from the first looks itself, it's there's a thick grass covering that is kind of even all throughout this good length region. So in the first hour or so, the fast bowlers might get some assistance of these conditions. So it'll be a tricky surface to bat first, I would say, because of that particular reason of faster bowlers getting that early swing with the conditions on offer here at BOI ground. So for the captain winning the toss, it's just a matter of playing your strengths. But I believe bowling first on this condition might as well work for the captain winning the toss.
Thank you, Shada. That's the news from the centre with regards to the pitch report. Looks a promising surface for today's game. A bit of greenery on the top. And Oshad, as he told, the captain who wins the toss might decide to bowl first because there might be early swing, but there again, you need to play for your strengths. And for the batters, you might need to be very careful during the first 30 to 45 seconds of play. Right then, it's the most important toss to happen in the middle. Let's head down to meet Oshada with the two captains and the match officials.
Right, so it's all set for the coin toss out here at the centre. Now, I got the two captains here with me, the captain of MS Bodyline and Sampath Bank, and of course our match referee for today's game, Mr. T.H. Vijayvardhan. So I believe Sampath, the captain, has the coin and he will toss. Tails is a call. These heads. මොකද වගේ decision එක?
අපි බෝකන් ලෑස්ති වෙන්නේ. So English. So I think it's a good pitch. So like first hour it will be like moving forward. So hope restraining for a low score. Unfortunately, last match didn't went well for us, but we have two changes with us. So hope do a good game after restraining for low score and on the board. Yes, that's it.
So what's your take on this particular surface and the option of going to bowl first?
Yeah, we assume that it's like a bit slow pitch. Might be like rather after like first session it would be like fine to bat. So that of course we choose to bowl first. Yeah.
Thank you and good luck. මුලින්ම පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්න තමයි සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ. Happy day decision එක ගැන.
නෑ මමත් ටොස් එක දින නම් මුලින්ම මේ පන්දුවන් තමයි හිටියේ. මොකද පළවෙනි පැය විතර මේ පන්දුව දෝලණය නම් මේ තන තිල්ල.
ලකුණු කීයක් වගේ සෙට් කරන්න බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවද ඕවර් 50 ඇතුළත?
ලකුණු 175 ඉහළින් ගන්න තමයි.
Thank you and good luck. Right, so that's the news from the centre. So Sampath Bank, they won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Right then, that's the news from the centre. Sampath Bank
right, so let's have a look
won the toss and decided to bowl first. As we spoke during the pitch report, the skipper winning the toss would definitely want to bowl first. And correctly, Sampath Bank skipper deciding to bowl first. And as we were talking to Isuru, the skipper of Mars, he was happy about the decision and he's planning to come out and put up a competitive total against Sampath Bank's strong side. But the most important fact is that both teams are coming into this game after comprehensively losing their previous games. So both these teams today would really want to look for a win. So we are about to witness a cracking contest here at the BOI cricket grounds between Sampath Bank and Mars Bodyline. As we see the players have made their way to the middle, the two opening batters of Mars Bodyline have made their way to the middle as well. Being a public holiday in Sri Lanka today, we might have Few people walking in here to witness this contest between these two teams. Talking about the venue here at Katunayaka. You need to be here. Such a picturesque venue. Lots of greenery around the grounds. Slight breeze going across the ground as well. So this would definitely assist the fast bowlers during that first hour of play. Probably with the greenery on the surface as well. We have the bowler lining himself up for the first over. Ranga. Right then, the fielders are ready, the batters are ready. We're about to begin the day's play. Fast bowler Ranga. Umpire says play, and here we go, the first delivery of the day. Very good delivery start off with, in line with the stumps. As a fast bowler, especially during the first few overs, you have the new cherry in your hand. You need to be spot on. You need to hit those sweet spots. Here's a quick look at the stats of Tharindu Tiwanka. Experienced campaigner, 28 matches. Good strike rate though. Might need to improve on his average. Well, he needs to bowl in line with the stumps. As we did see during the pitch report, there is a green grass layer on top of the surface. So you need to get those assistants up front. Here's a quick look at Emindu Sudhasinghe, another experienced campaigner. Healthy strike rate. Once again, might need to focus on the average as well. This time short. Pulls it. Rolls over to the boundary. Welcome boundary for Tharindu Tiwanka to start off proceedings for a mass body line. Not a good delivery from Ranga Pereira. He can't afford to bowl short with the new cherry in hand. He need to pitch it up there. Look at that. A bit of in swing coming into the right hand batter. But Tharindu Tiwanka rocking onto the back foot. No second invitation required. Loud appeal, turned down by the umpire, probably sliding down the leg side. Once again, I'm really impressed about the swing that Ranga Pereira is generating here. If he can get his line correct, he could really focus on better results. You just need to bowl in line with the stumps. Just start maybe probably a bit outside the off stump, get it swinging into the right hander. Look at his figures at the best bowling, 2 for 35. Good start for Mars Bodyline though. 5 runs on the board after 4 deliveries. Oh, that's a wayward delivery. Wide call by the umpire. Probably Ranga Pereira requiring a little bit of warming up, I believe. He's into his first over, but in this level of cricket, you need to go from the word go. You can't afford to give away easy runs. This time down the leg side, the batter misses, the wicketkeeper misses, and that's 5 wides. Disaster for Ranga Pereira. Well, look at that. Started outside the leg stump and swinged away further. So he's getting the swing. It's just that he's not bowling in line with the stumps. He needs to focus on that. Hemidu Sudasinghe here to face a delivery. 11 runs already in the board. 6 extras already. In fact, 7 extras. Once again, a similar result. 4 more wides. Not the ideal start for Sampath Bank. Winning the toss, putting your opponent to bat first, and you have already considered 16 runs of the first over, and we are just into the 4th delivery. The skipper needs to walk up to the bowler and have a chat to him. Mate, you need to stick to your line and length. When you receive that responsibility as the opening bowler, you need to focus a lot. You're letting down the whole team in the very first over. You can't afford to do that. Well, don't look at that projected score. Yeah, you shouldn't be looking at that. That's the line and length he needs to be bowling. Start just outside the off stump. Get the ball to nip back in. There's plenty of swing on offer, especially with the breeze going across the ground and the green surface on offer. So you need to get the maximum out of this, especially when the ball is nev during the first 30 to 45 minutes of play. If they do manage to grab a couple of wickets up front, I'm telling you, Sampath Bank will be really happy. But at the moment, things are not working well for them. "16 off the first over, 16 without loss." One over done, 16 without loss. Number of extras. Couple of 5 wides and a leg by. 11 runs given away in extras. That's not the ideal start for Sampath Bank. When you have won the toss and invited your opponent to bat first, Sithijo Silva looks a very, very promising bowler. 5 for 18, the best bowling figures. He might need that type of a performance here today against Mars Bodyline. Introduction of spin might be an interesting call by the skipper. We have a couple of slips to start off with. That's once again an interesting field setup. We have a deep mid wicket in place. Both teams coming after defeat, looking for a win here. This time, shot outside the off stump. Cuts and cuts well. I'm telling you, Tarindo Tivanka, he might be small in stature, but he's no mark with the bat. That's his second boundary. Nicely done. Beautifully threaded between the two fielders. And right after that shot, look what can a boundary do. Immediately the second slip taken off and players are back at a point, and we have a boundary rider going out to car corner as well. He needs to bowl it up front. I just feel he's bowling a little bit too short. If he's looking for some kind of purchase from the surface, he needs to give it a little bit of air and bowl it up front. Yeah, that's a good delivery. Once again, short right outside the off stump. This is not the line you should be bowling. They need to correct their line and length as soon as possible if they're looking for results. This time, cuts and cuts fine. Second boundary of the over. Very, very welcome runs for Tharindu Tivanka and Mars Bodyline. This is not good bowling. Look at that. Short, wide, cuts over the infield. Brilliant batting. 2 was done. 24 without loss. Two was done. 24 without loss. What a blistering start this has been for Mars Bodyline. Sampath Bank, on the other hand, they really need to rethink about their strategies. They can't afford to give away these kind of free runs. I call them freebies, in fact. The reason being, it has all been poor bowling for the past couple of overs. Kshitij Silva, the previous over, gave away 8 runs. 2 boundaries. Tharindu Tivanka looks very promising to me. 3 boundaries, 12 runs. Emindu, on the other hand, yet to get off the strike. Ranga Pereira into his second over. First over, very expensive, 15 runs. Oh, juicy full toss. I just think for a moment that he has spilled it out of the basket. Well, let's have a quick look at the replay. Oh, yes, please. That was an easy catch. You need to grab them. One more down the leg side. Wide called. The 2 umpires out there, they're having a bit of a rough time. Well, look at that swing. Starting way outside the off stump And going across the right-hander, he's getting a decent amount of swing. He just needs to fix that line of bowling. Try to start outside the off stump. Get that swing into the right-hand batter. You could create all sorts of problems. Look at that. That's the delivery. That's close and given. This is what I was talking about. First wicket down. Hemidasudha Singha. He got that perfect delivery, I would say. The ball starting outside the off stump. Let's have a quick look at the replay when we have it. But I need to tell you, that was huge swing. This is exactly what I was talking since his very first over. Look at that. Starting way outside the off stump. Movement through the air. He was plumbed, in fact, right in front of the stumps. No hesitations for the umpire. First wicket down. Ravindu Chanaka. In fact, he's the new batter. Emidasudha Singha departs without troubling the scorers. 25 for 1. Right, then we have the new batter, Ravindu Chanaka. Another experienced campaigner, 20 games, 434 runs, highest score of 88. Looks a promising batter, couple of 50s under his name. He has a huge responsibility here. Sampath Bank, finally, after a disastrous start, after considering 24 runs of the first 2 overs, have managed to break through. Good news for Sampath Bank. They need to continue this momentum. They need to put on that additional pressure to the new batter. They need to tighten things up. As expected, we do have a couple of slips waiting for that outside edge with the huge amount of swing that Ranga Perera is generating. Yeah, that's a very good line and length. That's the delivery he needs to be bowling. You need to tempt the batter to drive outside the off stump. We do have the short extra cover, the catching fielder. Exactly for the reason if the batter would mistime a drive outside the off stump. Here's a quick look at that first replay. He was plumbed. Brilliantly bowled. Well, after picking up that first wicket, looks like Ranga Perera has gained his confidence. Hitting that decent length just outside the off stump, moving it away from the batter. Look at that. Beautiful. You can't ask for a better line in it. This is exactly what you want to be doing as a fast bowler. Bowl that test match line. The 4th stump line for a left-hand batter. Right-hand bowler over the wicket. Yes, that is exactly what they're waiting for. Drives and misses outside the off stump. It's a beautiful day here at the BODYLINE cricket grounds in Katunayake, a picturesque venue. The sun is shining bright, a warm day, a bit humid as well. The players might be feeling the heat as the day progresses. The temperature would scream up at least 33 Celsius. Beautiful. Very, very good comeback by Ranga Perera. Just the 1 run of that over. 3 done, 25 for 1. 3 overs done, 25 for 1. Good comeback by Sampath Bank after being expensive in the first couple of overs. Pulling things back a little bit in the third over. They need to continue the pressure. We have a change in bowling. Yeah, right after that first wicket, we could see the body language of the Sampath Bank players turning out to be positive. At the moment, players are running around, trying to be proactive. Oh, that's chipped up. Quick single taken. Mass bodyline, the batters out there, they need to focus on running those quick singles. They just can't rely on boundaries alone. They need to drop and run, play with soft hands. You will get those odd deliveries, the poor ones, the short ones outside the off stump where you would get that opportunity to score the runs. Look at that. Poor fielding effort. Tharaka at short square leg. If he had cleaned it correctly, would have been a chance at the non-striker's end. There is a bit of turn. You bowl it slow, give it a little bit of air. You're going to have a lot more purchase out of this surface, just like the previous one. Nice one, going straight on with the arm. This has been a very good over by Yasita. He's stick to the basics. That's what is important as a spinner. You need to stick to your basics. Give it a little bit of air. Pull it slow, in line with the stumps, and try to get maximum out of the surface. Tharindu Tivanka, on the other hand, he has been out there for 13 deliveries, 3 boundaries scored. He needs to be very, very watchful. He needs to anchor the innings. Right, this is brilliant bowling. 4 overs done. Just the 2 runs off that. 27 for 1. Sampath Bank managing to pull things back during the last 2 overs. Just the 3 runs considered, and they did manage to grab that first wicket as well. So this is a good comeback. This is what you expect as a team. Things might go wrong, but try to come out of that shell. Try to be positive. Ranga into his 3rd over. So he's sticking to that line and length just outside the off stump. He knows that at some point Ravindu Chanaka will throw the kitchen sink out there. He's waiting for that. 2 slips, catching extra cover. We have a point and a short bit of a fielder as well. Waiting for that mistimed shot outside the off stump. Inside edge on that occasion. It's good to see that they have been bowling to a plan rather than we saw during the first couple of overs. Things were wayward. They had really no idea what they were doing. But at the moment, after grabbing that first wicket, they look very positive. Right, here's the contestant, Tharindu Tivanka against Ranga Pereira. No foot movement on that occasion. Here's a quick look at that. Just throwing the bat outside the off stump. As a batter, you need to bring your front foot forward. You need to meet the delivery. You can't afford to just throw away your bat. This time just outside the off stump. Wide call by the umpire. Ranga Pereira, he needs to focus. He can't afford to lose focus. Look at that, just throwing it outside the off stump. That's a nice shot. Should be at least a couple of runs. The chase is on. Tarindu out there has been very positive. He's trying to go after the bowlers. He's not letting go any scoring opportunity. This is good batting, positive batting. No matter what happens at the other end, if you get the opportunity, just make sure you score off every single opportunity given. Very good comeback by Ranga Pereira. Yoked him. But Tarindu managing it well. Playing it off for a single. .32 for 1. Final delivery coming up of the 5th over. That was a pinch of a delivery. Beautiful outswing. Completes over number 5. 32 for 1, and we will have a change in voices as Oshada walks into the comm box.
Thank you. So 5 overs completed, 32 runs on the board. So having a look at the batting performance so far, at the end of over number 5, we have Tarindu Tiwanka still out there in the middle, 16 of 17 deliveries, and Hemindu Subasinghe, the dismissed batsman, for a duck, and then Ravindu Shanaka still out there in the middle. 14 extras inside the first 5 overs, and that is something that Sampath Bank will have to keep in mind. Moving ahead, 45 overs remaining in this game, so plenty of time remaining. So far, it's been a very sedate start from MA's Bodyline. Now, this was the previous delivery. Just a hint of swing, not much. Still the early days. That's off the edge. Oh. For a moment, I thought that it almost carried on. That leading edge coming into play. Have a look at what exactly happened there. It was just hitting that front face of the bat. Not an edge to be per se. It was just rotating off his hands, the bat. Tarindu Tiwanka. Another tossed up delivery, driven quite nicely, but straight into the hands of the fielder. Now, as I mentioned earlier, it's been a very sedate start from from Bodyline, but 32 runs on the board means that they have got off to a good start in just 5.3 overs. The runs have come in, but we haven't seen really big shots there from Bodyline so far. And just as the captains mentioned it during the coin toss, and even when I had a good look onto the pitch conditions here at the BOI grounds, there was a thick grass covering. We saw the balls swinging early in the day. It's not given as a wide, just so much spin on that delivery. Last ball of this over coming up. So far, it's been a good one. 5 consecutive dot deliveries. And it'll stay the same. 6 dot deliveries in the over. 6 overs completed. 32 for 1. Sampath Bank, after winning the toss, elected to bowl first, which is the right decision on this surface. Now that's been called a wide. So as I mentioned earlier, it's a point that Sampath Bank will have to keep in mind. Now with this wide, it'll be 15 extras inside the first 6 overs from Sampath Bank. And that is a really, really big concern, because remember, they won the toss and elected to bowl first, and you expect your faster bowlers, especially with the new ball in the early overs, in the power play, you expect your fast bowlers to deliver you wickets. Though they bowled in some good areas, consistency was not with them. Consistency was the problem. There's a lot of extras being offered to Bodyline, and at the same time, a lot of loose deliveries, which I think MA's Bodyline was not able to get the full use of, but still, the runs have come in a rather easy manner for MA's Bodyline. So that is something that Sampath Bank will have to keep in mind, especially after winning the toss. As I mentioned earlier, you expect your faster bowlers to get in. And on the other hand, Ranga Pereira has been quite expensive. 23 runs in just 3.2 overs. He picked up a wicket, yes, but as I mentioned earlier, it's a matter about consistency at this stage, especially with the new ball. That's a good bit of fielding there. Again, not the most convincing shot from Tharandu Tiwanka. It was wide outside the off stump. He could have driven it much more firmly. But still, not getting the hang of out there in the middle. That's a good delivery. See, Ranga Pereira, he bowls one outside the off stump, and the next delivery tries to pitch it in right in towards that block hole. Driven nicely once again, but straight into the hands of the fielder. The Mercantile Cricket Association C Division tournament this is. And that's the end of the over. It seems 7 overs completed, 34 for 1. Right, so 34 for 1 now. Another Tossed up delivery this time from the bowler. Now he's been tossing it up right throughout, even in the previous over. He's not afraid to toss it up. We're still in the power play, so only 2 fielders permitted outside the circle. So that might actually entice the batter to go for a big shot, which might create some opportunities for the bowler as well. Yashita has been bowling well. Just 2.2 overs. Have given away only a couple of runs. He's bowled with good control. Oh, that's a good delivery. See, that came with the arm. Didn't really spun that time. It was Ravindra Chanaka was dragged onto his back foot. There we go. No spin on offer. It just went with the arm and almost trapped the batter in front. That's a good delivery, a good mix-up there from Yashita. Has been doing just that to own this 2.5 overs, mixing it up, making the batter have some doubts in his minds. Oh, that's a good delivery. Brilliant. Just after hitting that surface, it gets straightened up. Ravindra Chanaka playing for the spin and ended up playing entirely on the wrong line there. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant from Yashita once again. A good over comes to an end. 8 overs completed. It's another maiden, back-to-back maidens for Yashita. 8 overs completed, 34 for 1. Driven away this time, brilliantly struck, and it's a good save, I think it is. We'll have to wait for the confirmation from the umpire, but from the looks of it, it did look like that it was a good save. So nothing there from the umpire. So that's a really, really good save down in the deep. Brilliantly done. Just a couple of runs, so Ranga Pereira once again just starting it a bit too full outside the off stump, and Tharindu Tiwanka, who's been out there for some time now, 29 deliveries, he's not going to miss out on those. He's going to drive you through the offside. So I feel like Ranga Pereira is just bowling too full right now. You got to pull it back a bit. Right around that good length area, because Ranga Pereira is certainly getting some purchase off these conditions, and there's a bit of air swing on offer for him as well. Whereas Tharindu Tiwanka, who's been out there, he's taking his time, which is the right thing to do. Plenty of overs remaining. That's once again through the gap. Will it go all the way for a boundary? Yes, it does. Finally, Tharindu Tiwanka was trying to get that boundary through the covers region for some time now. And now, with that opportunity there from Ranga Pereira, which was very full outside the off stump, that's asking to be hit. It was up in the air for some time, but the good thing about that shot was it was right in that gap. So no risks involved whatsoever. Just enough legs to get it all the way for a boundary. He moves into 22. That's brilliant. See, that's a good comeback there from Ranga Pereira. And that is something that I've noticed now. Soon after getting hit for a boundary, or after getting hit after a good shot there from Tharindu Tiwanka, Ranga Pereira immediately comes back and bowls a good length delivery aimed right into the batter, bowling it wicket to wicket, and that is exactly where you should bowl on a consistent basis, because Ranga Pereira has been all over. You look at his figures, 4.4 overs, 29 runs, and he's been bowling all over. He's been bowling a lot of full length deliveries, asking to be hit on the offside. Few extras being rather avoided as well from Ranga Pereira, so that is something that he should keep in mind. He's still got 5 overs remaining after this particular delivery from Ranga Pereira. And when he comes on to bowl his second spell, got to make sure that he's consistently pitching it on good length, making the batter trouble. Because as soon as you pitch it in good length, just like that, there is that bit of swing on offer still for Ranga Pereira. It just makes the life difficult for the batter out there in the middle. And that's the end of the over. 9 overs done. Bodyline now 41. That's a good bit of work there. Not the best of the throws. The wicketkeeper couldn't really come back to the stumps. 9 overs completed, 41 for 1. Right, so last over of the power play, just 2 fielders permitted outside the 30-yard circle in this over. Tivanka has been going well, 23 off 34. Oh, that's a good-looking shot there. And it's gone all the way for a boundary. A rare loose delivery there from Yashita. That was a half-tracker. Plenty of time for Tarindu Tivanka to rock back and play it across the line of the delivery through that mid-wicket region. Trying to bowl it flatter, but Tarindu Tivanka did well to get on top of that delivery and to play it through that mid-wicket region, more towards the square leg, I would say. But that's a loose delivery there from Yashita. He haven't bowled much loose deliveries in his spell so far. You can look at his figures, 3.1, just 6 runs given away. So he's been bowling in such good control. Tarindu Tivanka and Ravadu Chanaka both have struggled against him. But the intentions are quite clear from Tarindu Tivanka. He has sent out a very clear message to Sampath Bank that if there's anything loose, if there's anything short, anything full on the offside, he's going to just thrash it. So the margin of error against Tarindu Tivanka at this stage now has been staying out there for some time now, having faced 38 deliveries. He has a good idea as to what to expect from these conditions and what to expect from these bowlers. That's very close to that wide line. So the margin of error against Tarindu Tivanka is very, very small. You've got to make sure that you're keeping it very, very tight outside the off stump on a good length region. Good work. Just a gentle push towards the onside for a single. And that's the end of the over. He goes through his overs very quickly, Ashita. 4 overs for him, 7 runs without any wickets for him. 10 overs completed. And MS Bodyline now 46 for 1.
Here's a quick look at the batting card. Tharindu Tivanka, the opening batter, he has been out there for some time. 40 deliveries faced, 5 boundaries, 28 runs. Looks solid to me though. Emidu Sudhisinha, the only batter to get dismissed. Really didn't trouble the scorers. And Ravindu Chanang has been out there for 16 deliveries as well. He needs to continue on his merry way. He needs to support his senior batting partner. Tharindu Tivanka. Extras. That's the concern. 15 extras of the first 10 overs. Powerplay done. Well, I would say Sampath Bank might be pleased about this total at the end of 10 overs, since they gave away 24 runs of the first 2 overs of day's play. But since then, they have been very decent with their bowling. Bodyline on the other hand as well, they probably might be happy with the total. 46 for 1 after 10 overs. Being put into bat first, you definitely take it. As the power play is done, we could have the field spread across the ground. We do have a third man, a deep fine leg, and looks like Sampath Bank's keeper is going to stick to his basic field. And we have a bowling change. Damit into the action. Good one to start off with, a quicker one. Pushing Tharindu on the back foot, cramping him for space and time. Here's a quick look at the stats of Damit Madhushankar. Best bowling 2 for 9. If you'd like to repeat that today as well. Yep, that's the line you need to be bowling. Exactly. As a fast bowler, tall lad, getting a bit of bounce as well off the surface. Talking about the surface that they are playing here today, it's a good surface, I would say, both for batting and bowling. If you, as batters, if you just get through those first 30 to 45 minutes, you should be in for a good total. Missed by the wicket keeper. 1 run added to the total by single by the umpire. Mars Bodyline, they're steadily moving forward after that first wicket. They're looking to build a partnership. Things are settling down for them at the moment. Good one. Very, very good delivery. A bit of swing in the air for Damit Madhushankar as well. Bring it into the right-hand batter. But Tharindu Tivanka, he has been brilliant out there. Since the time he walked out, 42 deliveries faced. He is very well negotiated. The 2 fast bowlers especially, swinging it into him. Once again, very, very well defended by Tharindu Tivanka. Damit Madhushankar, on the other hand, just getting into rhythm after those couple of wayward deliveries up front in the over. At the moment, looking very promising. 5 boundaries. It's a good hand by Tharindu Tivanka. Walking in as the opening batter today for Mars Bodyline. Huge responsibility. Way down the leg side. As we were just praising about the bowler, this has been the story for the day for Sampath Bank. Number of extras given away. They need to be disciplined in their bowling. Look at that. He's getting so much of swing. He need to use that for better results. Not to be bowling wide deliveries on either side of the stumps. 50 up on the board, 50 for 1. We are into the 11th over. Three runs of it. 11 overs done, 50 for 1. Yashita to continue with his off spin into his 5th over. Just considered the 7 runs. This time gets the inside edge, crossover single. And now look at Yashita's bowling. He's been very disciplined. He just spoiled his figures in his previous over where Tarun Tivanka took him up and over deep mid-wicket, where he bowled a short delivery. Apart from that one bad delivery, he has been very disciplined in his bowling. He's into his 5th over. Just consider the 8 runs. And if you take off that boundary ball, just the 4 runs. It's brilliant bowling. Once again, nicely done, tossing it up. This is what you need to be doing. He's getting through his overs pretty fast. Bit of misfield, should be a couple of runs. The fielders, you need to be backing your bowlers. You need to add that additional pressure. You can't afford to give away these kind of easy runs. That should have been stopped by the mid-off fielder. Look at that effort. Yes, the short extra cover did miss, but it was not a great effort by the mid-off fielder. Should have been just the 1 run. You need to contain runs. You need to increase the number of dot deliveries. When you have a bowler who is trying to do something different, sticking to the basics, adding that additional pressure to the batter, the fielders, they really need to help him out. Pretty simple at the moment for Yashita. Another good over. 5 deliveries, just the 3 runs considered. That was a pinch of a delivery. Turn and bounce. 12 gone, 53 for 1. Bodyline being put into bat by Sampath Bank, who won the toss this morning. Currently 53 for the loss of 1 wicket. If you're just joining us, we are coming to you live from the BOI cricket grounds here in Katunayaka. If you're a cricket fan, you need to be here. A picturesque venue. One hour's drive from the capital city of Colombo. Lots of first-class cricket played in this ground as well during the past years. Visiting teams, A teams, emerging teams. Lots of cricket was played in this ground. This time short, gets the treatment. Tharindu Tiwanka, I'm telling you, he's a brute force. Short, look at that. Short arm jab, I would say. Hardly rocked onto his back foot. What a beautiful shot that was. .34 of 46. He's really taken the bowlers on. There you go. That's what pressure can do. You get pulled the previous delivery and you try to go full, and things completely going wrong for Damit. A wayward one. Good take by the wicket keeper. A very good delivery. Probably sliding down the leg side. Yes, that's what the umpire indicated. Damit Madhushanka into his second over. Once again, a good comeback delivery. Quick single taken. Yeah, that's what you need to be doing. As batters, if you're not getting the boundaries, make sure that you keep rotating the strike. Make sure that the scoreboard is moving. Very well run. Look at that. Played with soft hands. Took off right after the shot. Your partner responding. That's a good sign of communication between the two batters. Ravidu Chanaka now has been out there for 24 deliveries. Just the 5 runs he has managed to get. Well, he might need to focus a little bit on his strike rate. Because the more dot deliveries you play, your partner will feel the pressure. So Tharindu Tiwanka has been batting out there well since ball number 1. He's seeing the ball well. He's played some delightful shots. So he is in for a big score. So on the other hand, Ravindu Chanak, what he needs to be doing is he needs to rotate strike. You can't afford dot deliveries. Oh, that's a waiver delivery. That almost went past the second or third slip. Well. Too many extras given away by Sampath Bank. We are just into the 13th over. And we have seen 10 plus wides being bowled already. This is not good bowling. Back in the hut, your bowling coach is not going to be happy. Oh, this time once again down the leg side. Another wide called. A very, very busy day out there for the umpires. They have been stretching their arms since the time they walked out. Might be feeling it. The sun is shining bright. It's a hot and humid day. Not an easy task as an umpire. I'm telling you, being out there, you need to focus. You can't afford to lose your focus. Yep, that's the line he should be bowling. Mass Bodyline put into bat first. 62 for 1. Tarun Tivankar unbeaten on 35 of 49 deliveries. Good strike rate, 71. He needs to carry on. He needs to anchor the innings. This is what I was talking about. Ravindo, on the other hand, he can't afford to build dot deliveries. Every single dot delivery will add additional pressure on Tarun Tivankar because he has been batting out there brilliantly. Current run rate 4.77. They wouldn't really mind it, Mass Bodyline, at this point, if they could hang around that 5-run mark. Yasita is continuing his spell into his 6th over. He's bowled decently today. This time, Tarun Tivankar gets back on strike. Ravindra Chanaka manages to grab a single after quite some time. Now this is the time that the surface would settle down a little bit, might help the batters. We've been out there for 1 hour. Surface drying up, hot sun. And if you spend some time out there as a batter, I believe there's a lot of runs. You might see that odd delivery turning sharply. That really depends on how much of air and how slowly you're bowling it through. Yasita has really negotiated it well. Yes, he has not been afraid to toss it up, inviting the batters to go after him, but none of the batters have done it really. It's been a good start so far by both teams, I would believe. Evenly posed. Maybe Mass Bodyline might be a little bit on top. Yes, going on straight with the arm. Bounce as well. This is what I was talking about. If you do the basics right as a spin bowler, the surface will really do the rest for you. You'll get that odd ball which might spun, which might have that bounce. Once again, straight on with the arm. Tarun Tivankar trying to throw his bat outside the arm, fails to make contact. And that completes over number 14. Mass Bodyline 63 for 1. So this is the MCA division matches happening of the Mercantile Cricket Tournament. Lots of cricket happening around Colombo, Katunayaka, Negombo. It's been a busy schedule for cricket here in Sri Lanka. The major club tournament happening as well. Lots of cricket. If you're a cricket fan, you'd love, as this has been a great season. Malshan, the new bowler, right arm off spin, taking it away from the left-hand batter. Bowling that decent length just outside the off stump. We do have a catching short extra cover. Really impressed by how the Sampath Bank skipper has rotated his fielders around. He has attacked the batters. No matter that they have not managed to grab a couple of wickets, he has still made sure that he is attacking the batters. This time down the leg side, wide given, one more extra. Hansaja. Few good deliveries up front. Just need to stick to that. Trying to fire it in. That's not the ideal delivery. Toss it up. Give it a little bit of air. There you go. Not a full toss though. You need to make sure that you let it bounce so that it could have a little bit of purchase out of the surface. Decent over so far. Just the 2 runs including the wide. The spinners have really been quick in their bowling. They're getting through the overs pretty fast. Right, we have a leg slip in. He might be probably wanting to bowl just short of length and get it to turn into the right-hand batter. Let's see. But Tharindu Tiwanka has other ideas around. Rock backs and pulls it down to fine leg for a single. Tharindu looks in great touch. This is when a batter really needs to continue to make that big total. Just the 3 runs coming off that over. 15 overs done. 66 for 1.
Tharindu Tiwanka still out there in the middle, 36 off 54. He's been doing well. And he's been putting up a good partnership. On the other end, Ravindra Chanaka, 7 off 32. He's been giving a good support to Tharindu Tiwanka. Just what they need after losing an early wicket. MA's Bodyline, they badly wanted a good partnership, and that is exactly what Tharindu Tiwanka and Ravindra Chanaka has given them. So at the end of 15 overs, 23 extras and 66 for the loss of 1 wicket. Emudu, the only batter to get dismissed so far. That's punched down the ground. It might just run away for a boundary. Yes, it does. Tharindu Tiwanka moves into 40s. Tiloka just pitching it touch too short and slapped down the ground straight over the head of the bowler. No chance whatsoever. He's in control now. Tharindu Tiwanka, 40 of just 55 deliveries. Slowly but steadily guiding his team to a really good score now. That should have been put away once again. Tiloka, who's bowling his first over, is yet to get a good grip of these conditions. That was again very short outside the off stump and slow through the air as well. Could have just played it anywhere he wanted, Tharindu Tiwanka. But he gets a single. And once again, there we go. Completely wrong judgment there from Tarindu Tiwanka. He made a stride more towards his leg side. Had he put his stride towards the off stump, that would have run down towards the boundary, could have cut it down. Couldn't get it away from the point fielder. And there we go. My goodness, Tiloka is very slow through the air. And that kind of took Tarindu Tiwanka by surprise. Now, one thing to notice is Tarindu Tiwanka is short in stature. So just a bit of odd bounce will take him by surprise. And there we go. He was good enough to just deflect it away from the slip fielder. But he got to be careful. That's the end of the over. Six overs completed, 73 for the loss of 1 wicket now. Slowly but steadily, both the batters steadying the ship at the moment. Ravindra Chanaka has been out there for some time, giving that support to Tarindu Tiwanka. He's on 8 of 33 deliveries. He's been taking his time. Bodyline wouldn't be too concerned about how things are going on at the moment. The run rate is steady. Asking the question this time. Nothing there from the umpire. Yeah, there we go. The impact was outside the off stump. That was the idea behind that decision being not out. Let's have a look at that again. Ooh, that was a close one. Tivanka steals a single that time. Now that's down the leg side. Not sure whether there was any bat behind that ball, but well, there was some bat. Nothing there from the umpire. So to come back to what I was discussing, so the run rate, you look at the run rate, is 4.55. So it's been like that for the last 7 to 8 overs. So things have been steady, things have been consistent on the part of Bodyline. They've been getting that runs, 4 to 5 runs per over. So things are going well. Just what they need right now is to make sure that this partnership persists over the next 10 to 15 overs, and if these two batters can stay out there in the middle for that long, I'm sure Bodyline would be eyeing that 250 quite easily. That's the end of the over. And 17 overs completed, 75 for 1. The partnership now, it's 48 of 82 deliveries with contributions from Tivanka, 30 of 49, and Ravindra Chanaka contributing with 8 runs. So as I mentioned earlier, this partnership is definitely something that Bodyline wanted, and that is exactly what these two batters have given so far. A tossed up delivery, cut away quite nicely, but there's protection in the deep, will be just a single. Very slow through the air as well, Hansaja. Not posing any threats at the moment. It's more or less enticing the batter to go for some big shots and to make some mistakes. So that has been the strategy, and still opting to go with the slip. And driven quite nicely this time, will be just a single. Ravindra Chanaka. There's absolutely no need for either of these two batters to change gears at this moment, because things are going on well. Runs are coming in right around 4.5 runs per over. They're not losing wickets, they have wickets in hand. Plenty of overs remaining. Has been called as a wide, yeah. Fair enough. Off the edge. Well, that slip fielder was there all throughout this, for the most part of these 17 overs. But just as the opportunity comes, couldn't really hold on. Maybe just went too fast. Let's have a look at it again. See, he's just... the slip is positioned too wide. That is something that that the captain should keep in mind, because you see there's a big gap between the wicketkeeper and the slip field, and the ball just went right through that gap. So now he has adjusted a bit, walked more towards the wicketkeeper, but that's a missed opportunity. Couple of chances went to the slip fielder. It was just either too wide or too far away from him, or was just moved away too fast. Those are the opportunities that should have been taken. That's the end of the over as well. So 18 overs completed, 81 for 1. Oh, that's a full toss, a juicy full toss, and been hammered away. Rightly so for a boundary. And that's half century for Taridu Tiwanka. What a knock it has been. Came in as the opener, lost his partner early on, but stood tall for his team. That surely is a fine way to bring up his half century. It's been a fighting knock. He had to take some time. He's been out there for 17 overs. And building that inning slowly but steadily, making sure that Bodyline, who's on to post a really good total on the board in there. 50 overs, plenty of time remaining for him. He needs to make it a big one now. 50 off 65 for Taridu Tiwanka. That's up in there, and that's once again gone all the way for a 6. Not the best of the deliveries from Hansaja. Too short, too wide, or rather, too straight, I would say. And plenty of time for Taridu Tiwanka to rock back and play it across the line of the delivery. That's just asking to be hit. He's a strong guy, Taridu Tiwanka. He's not going to miss out on those. Four and a 6 in this over. Already 10 runs coming off. You can see the run rate almost touching that 5 runs per over. What's it going to be? Hansaja Bandari has been bowling well. It's just that this over has been all over. A full toss and a short pitched half tracker. Not much better. Cut away behind point. And it goes all the way. Yes, it does. That's the third boundary in the over. And Taridu Tiwanka played it neatly behind the point fielder. Knew exactly where the fielder was positioned. And he was careful enough. He was delicate enough to play it away from the fielder, behind that point fielder. That's just brilliant. It just tells you the fluency of the player. It just tells you how much control he has. At the moment, he's just batting with absolutely full control. 14 runs so far, with one more delivery to go. The ball just kept low that time. 19 overs completed. 14 runs coming off from that over. That was a good one for MA's Bodyline. 95 for the loss of 1 wicket. It's been a superb innings from Taridu Tiwanka, who gets to his half century at the moment, going well at 60 off 70. Now these are some of the highlights of his knock, his half century. right from the start. As I mentioned earlier, it was a slow, sedate start for MA's Bodyline, but it was Tivanka who absolutely anchored that innings and made sure that the runs are coming in a consistent manner. He always made sure that the run rate stays afloat right around that 4 to 4.5 runs per over. And it was a matter of executing the right shots at the right time and just fully utilizing the loose deliveries that are being bowled at him. Just like that, he was not afraid to slap that ball down the ground. Now that's a juicy full toss. Tarandu Tivanka has absolutely smashed that. Wow, what a shot. That is Tiloka with the full toss to start off with. And now, all of a sudden, runs are coming in for MA's Bodyline. With that 6, I'm sure the century has been put on the board as well. 100 runs, 101 for the loss of 1 wicket now. See, this is what happens when you stay out there in the middle for some time. The loose deliveries will eventually come at your way. And once you do all the hard work to stay out there in the middle, it all gets paid off well. Oh, that should be a wide. See, that's the problem. Now, Hansa Bandara, after being hit for a 6 for the first delivery of the over, it just messes up the whole mindset of the bowler. And he's trying to survive out there in the middle. The mind suddenly goes off to a survival mindset. And he's just trying out few different things here. And that is exactly what we saw. How that ball ended up being a wide delivery because he was trying out something different. Can see how it just popped out of his wrists. Driven down the ground. 100 runs comes up for MA's Bodyline in just the 20th over. And the run rate right around that 5.5 runs per over. So things have been going well and things are going well for MA's Bodyline. And all thanks to this man, Tarandu Tivanka. Right, 8 runs already from this over now. Punch down the ground, another tossed up delivery. See, one good thing about Ravindu Chanaka's, or rather Tarandu Tivanka's innings so far is that all the risks he took were all calculated. He didn't really take any unnecessary risks. He made sure that all the shots that he played were down the ground. Just a couple of 6s if I'm not mistaken. And at the same time, he just made sure that he's playing it away from the field, that the placement was ideal. The maneuvering of the gaps, or rather the maneuvering of the ball through the gaps has been quite exceptional. Right, so last ball of this over. 10 runs from this over already. Punch down the ground. Oh, was that a chance? And a misfield. So 14 runs from the previous over and now again 14 runs from this over as well. But was that a chance there? For a moment I thought that it just went through the hands of the bowler. Let's have a look at that again. Another tossed up delivery. Oh, that was a tough one, I would say, but should have been stopped there. That ball just went for a boundary. It was coming in at the fielder fast, but should have been stopped. 20th over completed. And MA's Bodyline now 109 for 1.
Right, here's a quick look at the batting card. Look at Tarandu Tivanka. He's picking up in pace. 65 of 72 deliveries. Strike rate up at 90. We're striking at 65 plus at one point. But right now, things are looking very, very good for Mars Bodyline. Ravindu Chanaka, on the other hand, he has played a handy little hand, supporting his senior batting partner, 19 of 44 delivery extras. That's my concern. 25 extras. Just the 20 overs bowled. Now, Sampath Bank, they will really need to think how they are going to get Tharindu Tiwanka out. Huge concern. He's batting really well. Look at the current run rate, 5.45. At one point, it was below 4.5, where I was discussing that the run rate wouldn't be a problem if they continue in this merry way, and especially the last couple of overs going for 28 runs. That's very expensive. Shot again. The problem with the Sampath Bank bowlers, they are not sticking to the basics. They're throwing the ball around, they're bowling short ones, wide outside the off stump, down the leg side. They're just not sticking to the basics. If you just think of a bowling map, a pitch map, you can see a wayward one. If they continue in this merry way, I'm telling you, they're going to hit 300. Projected score 273, but if they're going to continue in this manner, Mars Bodyline, they're going to get past that projected score quite easily. Look at the team members supporting their batters. A very happy camp, Mars Bodyline. Good fielding. Now, what these two batters have done well is the rotation of strike. Initially, we did see Tharindu Tiwanka getting into a shell, lots of dot balls building up, but once he has got in and understood the pace of this wicket, he has been batting well. Shot again. This time, poor delivery, sails over deep mid wicket, 6 more runs. The bowling change has not worked well for Sampath Bank. Great shot. That completes over number 21. 119 for the loss of 1 wicket. Look at the partnership, 94 runs of 112 deliveries. Very decent. Great partnership between these two batters. Good contributions as well. 55 from Tharindu and 27 from Ravindu. Coming in no time. That's what's important. 112 deliveries spent to get those 94 runs. Now Sampath Bank, they need to be asking themselves whether things have fallen in line. They won the toss, put their opponents to bat first. Now, are things looking good for them? Sumudu, the new bowler, being introduced into the attack. They're trying out all options. Sampath Bank Currently, looks like there is no answer for this flow of runs. Shot, cut away. Should be a couple of runs. Current run rate very healthy, 5.67. This time he gets it past. That'll cruise along to the boundary for 4 runs. Tharindu continues on his merry way. The runs are flowing thick and fast. Look at that. Nicely cut. Rocking onto his back foot. Weight transferred to the back leg. Very well balanced. Well, I'm telling you, this has been a very, very good knock by Tharindu Tiwanka. He looks a technically proper batter. All cricketing shots. Well. That's delightful. If you're a fan of a late cut, I'm telling you, that was played with pure intention. This man is seeing the ball like a football at the moment. Sumudu Mapalagama. His first game. Well, poor fielding again. Well, all 4 deliveries bowled by Sumudu Mapalagama has been wavered ones. Wide outside the off stump. He has not got his line and length right. This has been the problem for Sampath Bank. Things have never looked good for them. 9 runs already considered. Just the 4 deliveries bowled. I just feel like Mars Bodyline, they're running away with this game at this point. Right, then that completes over number 22. 1 to 8 for 1. Things are looking really good at the moment for Mars Bodyline. They're cruising along well. Run partnership as well between these 2 batters. This time, Tharindu takes his front foot out of the way and tries to swing it. Just the inside edge. Tharindu Tiwanka, the non-strike batter, 76 runs. Ravindu Chanaka is on strike. Dances down the track. Now what I'm liking about Ravindu Chanaka is he's trying to rotate the strike. He is keeping the scoreboard ticking. That's really important. When you're building up a partnership, the communication between the two batters, it really matters. And these two players have done it really well. Well, Tarindu looking to be aggressive. He's really trying to go after the bowlers. This time he connects. 4 more runs added to the tally. He's playing with authority. Well, he's in a hurry, I'm telling you. Looks like he wants to get to 100 as soon as possible. Look at that shot. Poor fielding, right between the hands. I'm really not sure if Sampath Bank players are doing it right at the moment. Nothing going in their way. This time, shot right outside the off stump. That complete over number 23, 6 of it, 134 for 1. Look at the partnership, 109 runs, unbeaten, 123 deliveries, coming in no time, and things are moving up really fast. Current run rate inching towards that 6-run mark. The projected score up to 292. I'm telling you, they're going to pass 300 if they continue the way they have been batting. Especially Ravindu Chanaka as well, trying to get into the party. Well, when you see a batter picking lengths that soon, that really means he's in good touch. The previous delivery, it was not really short. Ravindu Chanaka going down on his knees and placing it down, grabbing the length of the delivery much, much faster. Sampath Bank, where are they going to get the wicket from? They need a wicket. Oh, misfielded again. Well. Sampath Bank, you can't afford to do that. You can't let your bowlers down. Cuts. Fails to make contact. You can see the mass bodyline camp. They're really busy out of the ropes. This time, cuts it handsomely. 4 more runs. That was beautifully threaded between those two fielders at point and cover points. Tarindu Tivanka looks like he's feeling the heat out there. That's the reason he's looking for more boundaries. We did see him walking along while crossing over singles. Mass bodyline. Happy camp cheering their batters out there. They know they're on top. Cheeky one. Ramping it over the wicket keeper just for another run. Well, that completes over number 24. 140 for the loss of 1 wicket. Well, we are almost into the halfway of these innings. 24 was done, 140 for 1. Two well-established batters out there. Both these batters have been there almost for 2 hours after losing that first wicket during the first session of play. In fact, in the second over, I guess. Third over, in fact. Yashita back into the attack. The promising bowler for me. He has been very economical. 6 overs, 11 runs. They want a wicket. Well, looking at the other bowlers, Yashita has been very, very economical. The difference is he has made sure that he sticks to his basics. He has not tried to do anything fancy. That's the reason he has been so economical. Into his 7th over, just the 12 runs. Just touch about 2 runs per over. If you're just tuning in, we are coming to you live from the Katunayaka BOI cricket grounds. Sampath Bank winning the toss, deciding to bowl first. And you can catch us live on Sporty.lk, the YouTube channel. Lots of cricket happening around Colombo and the suburbs. At the moment, Mars Bodyline in a very, very strong position. 142 for 1 at the halfway stage of play. Yashita bowling a very good over again. Quick single. Played with soft hands. This has been the secret for this partnership. They have not relied only on the big ones and the boundaries. They have made sure that every given opportunity has been utilized. Look at that previous shot. Deft touch, playing with soft hands. Both batters responding to their partners. Very well done. That's close, given. Yes, it is. As we were just talking and praising about the partnership, Yashita was brought back to break this partnership, and he gets one. That was straight. I mean, the umpire didn't have any hesitation of raising his finger. Look at that. Brilliant. This is what I was talking about. Stick to the basics. That one delivery will get you the prize wicket. And look at the batter. In fact, Ravindu Chanaka, he didn't even wait for the umpire to raise his finger. He turned back and started walking. He knew he was plumbed in front of the stumps. 25 done. Mars Bodyline. 143 for the loss of 1. In fact, 2 wickets.
Right, so a breakthrough finally for Sampath after toiling for so hard out there in the middle in the heat. Not an easy thing to do, but it's been a real struggle for them so far in this game, especially after winning the toss and electing to bowl first. But Tarandu Tiwanka is still out there in the middle. 88 of 91. Not an easy thing to do out there in the middle. That is Tarandu Tiwanka. 88 of 91 deliveries. He's been out there for 91 deliveries. He's been batting right from the start for 25 overs straight. And with this heat, it's not an easy thing, let me tell you. But finally a breakthrough, and it comes off the bowling of Yashita. Now you look at his figures, 7 overs, 14 runs, and he picks up a wicket finally. He deserves that wicket. He bowled really, really well in good areas on a consistent basis, unlike any other bowler. So he deserves that wicket. So finally gets that breakthrough. So Vishma Niranjana is the new batter in at the non-striker's end, and Tharindu Tivanka is on strike. Asking the question this time, probably. Well, that was just a lot of things happened there. Let's have a look at the LB first. Probably the impact should have been outside the off stump, but confusions what? All the way towards the non-striker, halfway through. Now faster delivery, missed opportunity. Tharindu Tivanka could have just deflected that ball towards the third man region, but missed it by quite the margin. It was a faster delivery, good thinking. Plenty of spin on offer for the spinners. Now that is something that I noticed, especially Sitija de Silva. There we go, that odd bounce. So there's a lot of purchase of these conditions for the spinners, and it'll be interesting when Sampath Bank comes on to bat. Now this was that last wicket, Sitija. He's been bowling well. That was an easy decision. That was straight enough for the umpire to give it as out. Asking the question and given. That's 2 wickets in very quick succession, and Tharindu Tivanka was clearly struggling that time, and it just hit straight onto his back foot, if I'm not mistaken, and that was straight enough. That was a very, very easy decision there for the umpire, but it's been a superb knock. He's been congratulated by the opposition players. There we go. Just hitting his back leg. Just trying to work that ball towards the onside. It was a really, really good delivery there from Sitija Silva. Completely deceived the batter. It was slow through there. The previous deliveries were fast enough, and this time he was touched too slow. And Tharindu completely lost his balance and just... He's gone for 88 of 95. 13 fours and a 6. A really, really good knock from Tharindu Tivanka. A knock that certainly took... Bodyline back into this game after that slow and sedate start at first, after losing that early wicket. He put up a good show, a really, really good batting performance from Tharindu Tivanka. Right, so 2 wickets in quick succession now. Sampath Bank back in this game. They need to make sure that this opportunity is not going to get wasted. So 2 new batters, fresh batters out there in the middle. So it's a start of a whole new game for Sampath now. If they can put on some pressure, get some dot deliveries in, and make sure that both the batters are struggling out there in the middle, to struggle hard for their runs, well, they could probably just try to wrap things up quickly here. 2 wickets in quick succession. 1 in the previous over, and now it is over from Sitija. Damitra Panditratna, 7 matches, 77 runs for him with a high score of 33. He need to do better than that today. Plenty of overs remaining. worked away towards the onside. Let's have a look at the previous wicket, the wicket of Taradu Tivanka. A very close one, hitting that back leg. I think that's the reason as to why the umpire gave it as out. Had it hit the front foot, the umpire would have probably thought that it just would miss that leg stump, but it just hit that back leg that made that decision-making process much more easier for the umpire. That's the end of the over. 26 overs completed, 144 for 3. Right, so 144 for 3. Now that's up in there. And gone. That's Yashita once again bowling it wide outside the off stump, asking the batter to fetch that ball from very wide outside the off stump. And he does exactly that, Damitra Panditharatna. He goes high up in there and a good take from the fielders. Have a look at that again. Just slapped and a good take from the backward point fielder. And just as I mentioned earlier, Sampath Bank consolidating now, picking up wickets in regular intervals. 4 down now, 444. And Dimitra Panditharatna has to depart. Wickets falling in regular intervals, 1 each over for the last 3 overs. So things have not going well for MA's Bodyline. 144 for 4. So they have runs on the board. They need to make sure that they're pushing towards that 200 run mark. They have to fight for that. It is not going to be easy on this surface. The ball spinning. Right, so Yashita, 2 wickets in just 7 overs for 14 runs, 2 slips in position. That's a good delivery. He's bowling well. He's mixing it up. He knows exactly where the batter is trying to work that ball. That previous delivery was wide outside the off stump. That was this previous wicket. Asking the batter to fetch that ball from outside the off stump, and now keeping it very, very tight, very, very straight. Brilliant. Isura Chandra series, the new man in. Well, I still feel like that slip fielder, the first slip fielder, is too wide away from that wicket keeper. There is this big gap between the slip fielder and the wicket keeper. We saw a couple of times the ball passing through that gap. Last ball of this over has been called as a wide. trying out something different there. Yashita trying to dart it in. There we go. As punched on the ground, touch to full there from Yashita, just a single. So 2 runs coming off from that over. 27 overs completed, 146 for 4. Twenty-seven overs completed, 146 for 4 now. Vishmani Ranjana yet to get off the mark. Isuru Chandrasiri 105, 2 new batters. Skipper is out there in the middle for MA's Bodyline. The spinners have taken the control of this game right from the point where they started the bowl with, especially in those middle overs. The wickets were not coming their way, but they hold on to their good areas, good lines, especially the likes of Sithija Silva, and at the same time Yashita as well. Both the spinners really made the life difficult for the batters out there in the middle. And now the reward for persisting with good areas, persisting to bowl with good areas, good line and lengths, the rewards have come in their way. And they've picked up wickets in regular intervals, 3 wickets in quick succession, and a couple of wickets from here onwards will definitely make the game. Oh, what a delivery. Isura Chandrasiri should consider himself extremely lucky that he got a very, very slight edge of that bat. Otherwise, that would have crashed onto the stumps. Brilliant. Isura Chandras is just stuck in his crease. Not sure whether he should go to his front foot or the back foot. So the safe option is always to stay on his back foot. That's punched on the ground, touched to a full and dropped. My goodness. And in the process, he has hurt himself. But that should have been taken. That should have been taken. Simple as that. Isura Chandrasiri lost his patience. It was a juicy delivery on the full. Slapped down the ground and just popped out of his hands. Probably just landed one of his fingers for sure. But that's, how costly would that be? So has it been signaled as a 6? Because I'm pretty sure that just landed before the boundary line, or rather inside the boundary line. I think he has just hurt himself. Last ball of this over. So 6 runs coming off from that over. 28 overs completed, 153, or rather 152 for 4. So Yashita to continue. This is good from Sampath Bank. Just continuing with their strike bowlers. A lot of opportunities were rather dropped from Sampath Bank. And now you see, now that's the right amount of gap you leave between the wicketkeeper and the slip fielder. Because all this time, that slip fielder, the first slip and the wicketkeeper, that gap was just too big. And we saw a couple of opportunities, couple of deliveries that went through that gap. But now the gap is right. That's the appropriate amount. So there's an equal chance for the wicketkeeper and the slip fielder. A touch to full that time, down the ground. And there is a leg slip as well in position. So this is good. Striking, attacking, 2 new batters on the crease. Spinners making things quick here. Rushing through the overs. Asking the question, probably just sliding down the leg side. Yeah, that's the idea from the wicket, from the umpire as well. Just went with the arm, not much turn and offer that time for Yashita. The natural angle always goes across the stumps. That's much better. And that's the end of the over. 29 overs completed. Stopped away onto the onside. Sithijat Silva to continue. Now he has 7 overs remaining. Even after this over, he still has 6 overs remaining. So there is this opportunity for Sampath Bank to continue to bowl with Sithijat Silva. Where in contrast, Yashita, I'm sure, has only a couple of more overs remaining. A back of the hand delivery there from Sithijat Silva. It just tells you how versatile these bowlers have become now, especially in modern day cricket. The spinners have evolved, have adopted quite well to different scenarios, especially when it comes to bowling in flat pitches, bowling in areas, especially in Sena conditions. And that's what demands, that's the demand there from international cricket. Oh, that's gone, is it? What exactly happened there? Vishwa Niranjana. Now, I'm not sure what exactly happened because obviously it all happened too fast, and to tell you, we don't have really the sophistication of stump mics to see exactly, or to hear what exactly happened there. Right, so there we go, just pointing out the handle of the bat. So it might have just hit the handle of the bat. Let's have a look at it again. A faster delivery. Alright, so he just chopped it back onto his stumps. The ball hit the handle of the bat and he just chopped onto his stumps. So there we go. 5 down now, 155 for 5. Sithit De Silva has once again struck right at the appropriate time. Vishwan Niranjani is gone now. And MA's Bodyline now 155 for 5. BODYLINE is the new man in 19 matches for him. 346 with the highest score of 61. Kind of held the average of almost 22 runs. He needs to do something here. Because after a really good start, they were 144 for the loss of 1 wicket at one stage, and now all of a sudden 155 for 5. Sampath Bank back in this game. Worked away towards the onside, couldn't get it away from the fielder. Let's have a look at the previous wicket. I think this is the best angle. There we go. Oh, that's very unlucky. That odd bounce once again, isn't it? Not the first time we saw that. That odd bounce off the conditions of the pitch against the spinners, and the batters have struggled to tackle that. Especially, oh, brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and given. Gayan Sepalage couldn't really cope up with that delivery. Sithit De Silva once again, very sharp spin into the batter. And once again, that cardinal mistake of always going to the back foot. It's just not enough room for the batter. There we go. That's just an easy decision there for the umpire that was crashing onto the stumps. The only doubt was whether there was a bat in it, but that was just too close not to be given out, not to be given. So Gayan Sepalage is gone for a duck of just 3 deliveries. Sithit De Silva picks up his 4th wicket now. 6 down.
A new man walking in, Amila Manoj, 17 matches. Once again, an experienced campaigner. But things are not really looking good for Mars Bodyline. 5 overs back. At the end of 25 overs, they were 140. And since then, for the last 15 runs, 5 wickets going down. That's the beauty of this game. Things can change so fast. 1 wicket. He's the man. He is the man on screen. Yashita, who opened the gates for Sampath Bank. He got the breakthrough, and then things have started flowing off for Mars Bodyline. They say one opens two, but it has happened the other way around. One has opened really a lot more. 5 wickets down for the last 15 runs. Look at those bowling figures. 17 runs, 2 wickets, 9 overs done. Here's the last hope. Isura Chandrasiri. Well, I have seen him batting during the previous games as well. A very, very explosive batter. He's the last hope for Mars Bodyline. Amina Manoj, on the other hand, tail batter. Here's a quick look at that last delivery. Well. He was plumbed in front of the stumps. If he didn't get any kind of bat, I'm telling you, it was hitting the top of middle stump. Man of the moment for me, Yashita really pulled things back, opened the gates. Well, look at the body language now. Everyone pumped up. Now, the Sampath Bank skipper, what he needs to do is, he needs to tighten things up. He can't afford to lose the grip. They did do that mistake when they grabbed the first wicket. They did not tighten the screws, and we saw that 100-run partnership. Right now, they need to maintain this pressure. If they do manage to get this wicket, the big fish, I would call him, is Isura Chandrasiri, the skipper. Well, Sampath Bank will be on top. Isura Chandrasiri. Let's look at this quick replay. Good run though between the two batters. Now, from the Mars Bodyline point of view, what these two batters they need to do is they need to rotate strike. It's simple as that. 20 more overs. That's 120, in fact 117 legal deliveries left. They need to rotate strike at least up until the 40th over. Try to add at least 30 to 35 runs. Get close to that 200 mark run. And then, the last 10 overs, you could decide where you need to end up. But looking at how things are at this point, they should be eyeing at a total of 200, I would say. They need to get over 200. That should be their first target. Get over 200, then decide where you need to be. Isura Chandrasiri, the skipper, walked in at a similar situation against the game of Mars Intimates. And he went on to score a big 46 runs of 30 deliveries. He's an aggressive batter, I'm telling you. He managed to score 5 sixes in that innings the other day. He's capable of hitting the long ball. Right, then Yashita completes his 10-over spell. What a brilliant performance. 22 runs for 2 wickets. 31 done, 160 for 6. $31 done, 160 for 6. Well, it'll be a recovering pace for Mars Bodyline. They can't try anything fancy. Especially, I'm concerned about Isura Chandrasiri because he's a batter who will not want to stay silent out there. He will try to use his long handle. Well, that was close. Pushing outside the off stump. Sitija is doing a little bit of magic using his fingers. 3 for 17. Yashita, on the other hand, opened gates. And Sitija managed to run through the Mars Bodyline batting lineup. Look at that. He's using his fingers to create that mystery. This time around, the ball keeping low. Well, Chandra City is living dangerously out there. He needs to focus. He's the skipper of the team. Responsibility on him. All eyes on him, I would say. He can't afford to throw away his wicket. Well, if they are unable to get his Chandra City, I would say try and run through the tail. Get Amila. Get one more wicket here. Tighten the screws. Amila Manoj living dangerously out there. In two minds, whether he needs to go onto his front foot or the back foot. Well, playing on the back foot for a spinner is one of the most dangerous things that you could be doing out there. Oh, almost got himself choked. Fantastic delivery by Sitija. This has been really, really good bowling by Sampath Bank. What a comeback. What a collapse it has been for a Mars Bodyline. Things happening out of nowhere. Just feel those two last deliveries, too full in line. You need to pull back your length a little bit to let the ball talk. 32 done. Mars Bodyline being put into bat first. 161 for 6. And the players will take a short drink break. Right then, here's a quick look at the batting card. Look at those two batters who really got things going for Mars Bodyline. Tharindu Tivanka, I really felt for him though. Played a handy knock, 88 runs of 95 deliveries from the very first delivery of the game. 13 boundaries and a 6 included. Brilliant knock. Unfortunately, couldn't convert it into a big 100. And Ravindu Chanaka, the other batter who really supported Tharindu, 30 of 55, a couple of sixes. When they were cruising along, they were 140 for 1 at one stage. A brilliant partnership of 115 plus runs. But since then, the story has been a mini collapse. 5 wickets within a short span of 15 runs, I would say. And extras, 26 runs given away. Not a very good bowling, but things have been pulled back, I would say, by Sampath Bank. So 32 overs, 161 for 6. And let's look at the bowling card as well. Well, couple of people to be highlighted. Yashita Ayashan, for me, he was a star. The reason being is he opened the gates. 10 overs, 22 runs, 43 dot deliveries, 2 wickets. When he opened up stuff, Siti De Silva came back and grabbed those 3 wickets out of nowhere. Brilliant bowling by him as well. 3 for 18. And 1 wicket for Ranga Perera as well. And look at the partnership in the middle. 118 runs for the second wicket and then the collapse. 161 for 6 at the end of 32 overs. The players are back on field. A bit of refreshener. Scorching day here at Katunayaka, I would say. The sun is burning down. Very humid. So you need to keep yourself hydrated as players. Sleep in place. Oh, trying for that expensive shot outside the off stump. Fails to make contact. Hans the Bandara ball back into the rack after Yashita completing his spell of 10 overs. Once again, keeping low. It's all happening out there at the moment for Sampath Bank. Well, things are really looking interesting at the moment. They're hunting for this big fish. It's pretty simple for Sampath Bank. They need to keep building the dot deliveries. So Isuru Chandraseri is a batter who really likes to go after the bowling. He's not a player who will get himself into a shelf. Oh, that's not the delivery you should be bowling. After 3 dot deliveries, putting the pressure onto the batter, that is not the exact delivery you should be bowling. Look at that replay. Poor delivery. Oh, no. You can't be doing that. Number of missed wheels. You can't afford to do that. You're letting the pressure back onto your side. You need to be pushing it back. You need to tighten the screws. Now that was a freebie. If that was a dot delivery, I'm telling you, Isuru might have felt the pressure and he might try to do something fancy. That's not the case. Pulls up. Maharaj just lost his run up, I guess. Run rate dropping down again. Below 5. Yeah, that is the exact line and length he should be bowling. In line with the stumps. Don't give away anything outside the off stump or down the leg side. Let the batters work hard for their runs. Oh, the batter pulls away. Okay, this is interesting. 3 runs coming off that. 33 overs done, 164 for 6. Well, these two batters, they need to be out there, try and build a partnership. Rotate the strike, you'll get that odd bad delivery that you could really put it away. But you need to be very, very patient. As we speak, short delivery, put away decently. Well, this is what I was talking the previous over as well. The bowling team, they have really got into this batting lineup. And they're almost into the tail. And look at that delivery. Dragged it short, asking to be hit. With two fielders inside the circle. And immediately the skipper pushes back deep sculling. I'm not very sure if that's the correct move. You need to be bowling decently rather than pushing your boundary riders for poor deliveries. Yeah, it's simple as that. Sittiger, he's a smart bowler. I'm telling you, he has grabbed 3 wickets for 18 runs. So, he is capable. So, I don't think that move would have been required at this point. Well, slowly, there is a partnership being built up between these two batters. Oh, yes. Educated edge. Coming back for the second run was not a good throw. I need to tell you that. Well, I'm telling you, if that was a decent throw, we would have seen the 7th wicket and would have been curtains for Amila Manoj. And look at that. The first mistake the skipper did is to take away the slip fielder. You have grabbed 5 wickets for 15 runs. You need to have a slip in place. And look at that throw. Oh yes, he was nowhere. If it was a good throw, that would have been curtains for Manoj. Well, chances are going a begging. You can't take things light. When you have really pushed things back at the batting team, you have implemented the pressure, you need to tighten it. They are just letting things go. $170 for 6, projected score 253. That's a long way away. So they need not to be worried about that at this point. So as I was telling you previously, they need to focus on getting to that total of 200 runs. That should be their first target. So get to 200 probably within the 40th over. Then you have 10 overs at the latter part of the innings. Then you decide when you need to launch, when you need to put your foot onto the accelerator. So there's a bit of treatment going out there. Looks like Manoj has hurt himself in the process of running between the wickets. 170 for 6. Right, we are back in action. 170 for the loss of 6 wickets. These two batters trying to rebuild these innings. Passage of play. Short. Should have been put away. Just think that he went a little bit early. Didn't arrive at the batter. Nicely done. 6 coming off with 34 done. 170 for 6. Here's Chandrasiri on strike. I was talking about him. He's an aggressive player. I'm just worried about how long he could stand out there patiently. Because he might try to use the long handle. So the way they could do that is, as a bowling unit, bowl dot deliveries at his stroke. Build up that pressure. Oh, yes. As we were just speaking, once again, there's a misfield. Well, you can't do this. You can't give away easy singles. You need to be bowling those dot deliveries. Try and keep one batter on strike as much as possible. That will really open gates for you. If they let these two batters settle in, rotate the strike, then Sampath Bank will have to regret at the end of innings. Well, at the moment, these two batters have really figured out how they need to be negotiating this passage of play. Smart batting. Well, looking at Amila Manoj batting, I just feel that he has understood the situation as well. He's supporting his skipper. "15 overs after this, 90 legal deliveries, at least 60 to 65 runs with where they are would be a good total." Yes, once again driving outside the off stump. We do have that catching short extra cover, but my question is, where's the slip fielder? If you want the batter to drive outside the off stump, you need to have a slip fielder. Good over. Just the 2 runs. 35 overs done. 172 for the loss of 6 wickets.
$172 for 6. 34 overs completed. These two batters, Amila Manoj and the captain is Chandrasiri, still going out there in the middle quite strongly. Hansaja Bandara to continue. A lot of fielding errors from Sampath Bank. And you saw that in the previous few overs as well. So the frustration growing on to them, these two batters putting up a good partnership. Not sharp enough. See, the run rate is now just below 5 runs per over, which is something MA's Bodyline would not be concerned at the moment, because they need to make sure that they're preserving the wickets. Now that's up in there. That's through the gap. No chance for the fielder. That's gone all the way for a boundary. See, that's a calculated risk. He made sure that the ball goes right in between the two fielders. A full end delivery. Carved away through the offside. The deep point fielder and the long off fielder had no chance whatsoever. It was perfectly bisecting the two fielders. So if we can get that occasional boundary and to get those ones and twos from this stage, MA's Bodyline wouldn't mind having this pace for the next 5 to 6 overs. Because these two batters have settled out there in the middle. It's just a matter of batting through and having those explosive shots in ready for the right after we hit maybe the 45th over. Because till then it's important that these two batters just stay out there in the middle as much as they can and get those ones and twos and occasional boundaries and push beyond 200. Once they push beyond 200, it's just a matter of, you know, pushing towards 220 or 230. And then comes the real challenge for Sampath. Once again, touch two straight, worked away towards the onside, just a single. Amila Manoj interested in coming back for the second run, but rightly so, stopped by Isura Chandrasiri, this captain. Again, work towards the onside. Dealing in singles. Won't really hurt MA's Bodyline at this stage of the game. 36 overs completed, 180 for 6. Right, 180 for 6. The projected score at this stage would be 250, which is a really good score on the board. Off the edge. Might just run down for a boundary. Yes, it does. Important runs for MA's Bodyline. That was too close to his body to be cut away. Hence the outside edge. No slip fielder in position. This is Mercantile Cricket Association C Division tournament. Brought to you live by Sporty.lk right here from BOI grounds in Katunayaka. This ground has been around for some time now. It was the home ground of Chilamarians as well. Was called a few different names. I remember at one time it was the MCG Marians Cricket Ground and then the FTZ grounds and now the BOI Not sure whether they've taken it over, but now what they call this ground is the BOI grounds here in Katunayaka. A very well maintained place. I have to tell you that the ground staff and everyone very supportive, trying to prepare everything for this mercantile match. And it's an historical place with a lot of practice games for international cricket being played here. I remember the last time when New Zealand came here, not the last time, one before that, there was a practice game here, a warm-up game. A first-class cricket grounds with a lot of good facilities. That's wide outside the off stump. A missed opportunity for the batter that was struck straight into the hands of the fielder. That's clumsy there from the bowler. That should have been stopped. Instead, they went for a single. And runs are coming in slowly now, or rather steadily for MA's Bodyline. Oh, what happened there? Was given out. Now, what exactly happened there? Because two things happened there. First, on the follow-through, the bowler had a small contact of the ball and he just went to hit the stumps. But I think the batter is safe there. And now he got the return. Ah, he's gone. He was just casually jogging towards the stump. Not a jog, he was casually walking towards the stumps and had no idea that the stumps have been disturbed. Well, that's very unfortunate. You can call it careless as well. You can call it however you want, but that's out. Well, there's nothing to be confused. You were very well short of the ground. I think we have one more delivery remaining in this over, but that was very interesting because I think that was a late appeal. Was there? I think the appeal came in a bit late, but within the time range. That's why the umpire gave it as out, because the batter was completely, without a doubt, was short of his ground. Seven down now for 185. Last ball of this over, Hansager. Oh, brilliant. Good ball there to wrap things up. That's a good over. 5 runs and a wicket. Now, this is exactly what happened. A gentle push down the ground. It hit the stumps. And there we go. He's just slowing down, slowing down, slowing down. Oh my God, he was just watching the ball. He was not grounding the bat. He was just watching the ball. Well, that's very confusing because the first thought that should come to the mind of the batter is to ground the bat as soon as possible. He was holding the bat onto his hands and he was just watching the ball hit the stumps. A superb over. Good sharp spin on offer. Good bounce of the conditions as well. Still holding on to that bouncy BOI grounds. The pitch. In the morning it looked like it could be something very serious on for the faster bowlers. There was a very thick, consistent covering of grass. But it's the spinners who have taken control of the game. It was dry all throughout. It's just a matter of, finding that right spot. That's the end of the over. 185 for 7. Hans Jabandara to continue. So the spinners from Sampath Bank, they've done well to make sure that Bodyline, MA's Bodyline, would not get to a good total at the end of their 50 overs. 185 for 7. Right now, the target should be 220, nothing beyond that. 7 wickets down, they need to make sure that they get to 220. And once they get to 220 or 220, then they can decide what kind of an approach they're going to take. But to do that, they need to have wickets in hand. So at the moment, 7 wickets down for 185. Last ball of this over coming up. 5 consecutive dot deliveries so far, with 1 more delivery to go. So a single to finish things off. 186 for 7 at the end of over number 39. Again, presenting the full face of the Rathusri Chandrasiri, taking his time. 26 of 43, the skipper. Just making sure that Bodyline end up playing all their 50 overs. Because if they play their 50 overs, getting to that 220, 230 run mark at this rate is not a hard work job there for the MA's Bodyline. That's been called wide, rightly so. That's a full toss, and that's gone all the way for a 6, just like that. So you wait till you get that delivery, you wait till you get that opportunity, and you just pound upon it once you get that opportunity. And that is exactly what Isura, the skipper, has done. Brilliant. They need more of those. 192 now with that 6. And he moves into 32. Right, so discussions going around, trying to set the best possible field. Oh, has the ball gone? No, there we go. We got the ball. It's the umpire just making sure that there's no any sort of deformation of the on the ball. There we go, much better from Sitija. See, one good thing about this innings from MA's Bodyline is the fact that they have put away almost all the bad deliveries. Whenever there's an odd delivery, a bad delivery, a poor delivery, almost all the batters have made sure that it gets the treatment it deserves. And just as same as Isru Chandrasiri hammered that full toss for a 6, it's been the case right from the start of this innings. So that is something that that we should give credit to MA's Bodyline, putting away the bad deliveries for its maximum. Oh, that's just poor. Easy runs. These are just freebies. I think he touched the boundary, but a wide and couple of runs. Just more salt on the wound at this stage for Sampath. 196 now. Last ball of this over. Probably slides down the leg side there. Half of an appeal from the wicket keeper. And that marks the end of the over. 40 overs completed. 196 for 7.
Here's a quick run through the batting card. Pick of the batters, Tharindu Tiwanka, the opening man who really changed things for Mars Bodyline. 88 of 95. Unfortunately, couldn't get through to that 100. Apart from that, he had a 30 from Ravindu. And at the moment, he's through on 32. So, 40 overs done. 196 for 7. Well, they have got closer to that 200 mark at the end of the 40th over, as we were just discussing previously. So there were some free runs given away as well by wide deliveries. Once again down the leg side. Should be a couple of runs. So that's 3 more runs added to the total. These are free runs. Sampath Bank, since the very first over of the day's play, they haven't been disciplined in their bowling. They really struggled. 199. So Mars Bodyline would feel themselves lucky to get closer to this 200 run mark, because at one point they were just falling apart. Good delivery, straight on with the arm. Right, then that's the 200 run mark for Mars Bodyline. Well, I would say they have recovered from where they were. They were 155 for the loss of 6 wickets during that collapse. But since then, things have been rebuilding for Mars Bodyline, especially with the skipper out there. 32 runs, a very, very responsible innings today. He's not this type of a batter. He loves to go after the bowling. He loves to clear the park often, but today it's not the case. Yeah. Poor fielding, but the run turned down by the non-striker. So talking about Isru Chandrasiri, this is what you could see from a quality batter, where you can adapt to situations. This time a full toss. Would have wanted a better result, but just a single. But I'm telling you that Mars Bodyline, they should be happy with this performance because they have recovered. Obviously, they were eyeing on a target of 300 when Tharinder was batting out there, but things have changed. Well, 41 overs done. Mars Bodyline putting to bat first, 201 for 7. We're into the last passage of play, just the 9 overs left. Isru Chandrasiri looks very confident. He has been out there for some time. 52 deliveries. Spent a fair bit of time out there, realizing how the surface is behaving. So the secret about this surface is the more time you spend out there, you will get a hang of it. You need to be out there. You need to be patient. Where would they want to be at the end of 50 overs? 52 legal deliveries left. Run a ball will take them past 250, which they would really want to. But with the number of wickets that have gone down, they need to rebuild. Close call. Should be one more run added to the total. Well. Once again, not a good throw, not a good return. The fielding errors continues. It has never stopped, I'm telling you that. Sampath Bank, after they get back home after this game, they need to really focus on their fielding standards. Oh, poor delivery. Misses everything, batter misses. Wicketkeeper misses. And it rolls over the boundary. 5 free runs. That's how I would like to call it. Disappointing. That's a close call. Probably sliding down the leg side. Survives Kavindu Ranga. Well, interestingly, the ball is still turning. Decent amount of turn. Sliding down the leg side for sure. This time, goes down on one knee. Rolls over to the boundary for 4 runs. Very nicely done. Poor bit of bowling. An expensive over. Look at that. Choosy. There's no fielder behind square. Very welcome boundary. Sichit Silva, I'm telling you, he has bowled out his 10 overs, 3 for 53. He has been taken to the cleaners, especially during his last few overs. 42 done, 213 for 7. Third over in progress. Cuts and fails to make contact. So, if you're a fan of Sampath Bank, I'm telling you, you should be really disappointed, because they should have bowled out mass body line. Look at that once again, short. They have not stick to their basics. Every single time that they did the basics right, especially the spinners, bowling in line with the stumps, giving it a little bit of flight, bowling it slow through the air, they have managed to grab those wickets. But every time they have tried to play things around, nothing has worked. Yes, that is the line. It's simple as that. You're bowling to a tail ender. You just need to bowl one after the other in line with the stumps. You will get that odd delivery, which will get you the wicket. So it's simple as that. Hasan Bandara into his 9th over, 36 runs, yet to grab a wicket. Would love to have one here though. This time another full toss. Easy single. 215 for 7. Once again the run rate picking up. We have 7 more overs after this one. That is 42 legal deliveries, and they are eyeing on 260 probably. Well, it all depends on how long and how far could Isuru Chandrasiri go about his innings. That completes over number 43, 215 for 7. We are into the last passage of play, just the 7 overs left. Tries for an expensive shot. I don't think that's the ideal shot to play at this point, because you have the skipper on the other hand. You just need to rotate the strike, mate. Simple as that. Isuru Chandrasiri might be keeping an eye on those last few overs probably. Beating the edge in 3 occasions now. Four dot deliveries on the trot. This is exactly what they should be doing. Put some additional pressure. Make the batters work hard for their runs. Don't give away easy runs. Another beauty. Well, are we going to see the first maiden over of the game? Sumudu, very quick through his overs. Yes, in fact, that's the first maiden over of these innings. Happens in the 44th over, 215 for 7. Right, then we are into the 45th over. Isuru Chandrasiri on strike. Yes, that's up. Oh, well. He spills it out of the basket. What a valiant effort, though. Isuru Chandrasiri trying to use the long handle. Unfortunately, couldn't clear the ropes, though. But it was a brilliant effort by the fielder down at long on. Diving effort. I just thought for a moment, the long off fielder might have had a better chance. Here's a quick look at that missed chance. Using the long handle, trying to go down the ground. We come back to that replay after this delivery. Once again, the dot balls are building up. So this is what dot balls can do. 6 dot deliveries in the previous over. That really put some pressure on Isuru Chandrasiri, where he tried to go after the bowling. Now, it's the same thing happening here again. 3 dot deliveries on the trot against Kavindu Eranga. Once again, 1 more dot delivery. So currently, Kavindu Eranga has faced 11 dot deliveries on the trot. That completes over number 45. 2-1-6 for 7.
Right, so the last 5 overs in this innings for MA's Bodyline. Superb performance from Tarandu Tiwanka, the standout performer. 88 over 95. Ravindu Chanaka 30 over 55. Now that's up in there. And yes, it's a 6. Kavindu Eranga this time. No, I think it is Isuru Chandrasiri who actually struck that 6. Yeah, there we go. He is in a good form now. The last time he was the one who actually saved MA's Bodyline, and now with the bat again. Absolutely slogged there through the mid-wicket region. Down on one knee. First ball for a 6. The intentions are quite clear now. Sumudu. 21 runs in 3.1 overs. Full toss, almost a full toss, a tossed up delivery. Punch down the ground, just a single. Isuru Chandrasiri moves into 43. That's good. That's good from Kavindu Eranga. He's giving that support. He's rotating the strike. Giving the strike back to Isuru Chandrasiri, who's on 43 now. 223 for 7. Is already a good score on the board for MA's Bodyline. Just in the gap, and it goes. Ah, he just pushed it beyond the boundary. My goodness, the fielding has been, well, let's just say it's not up to the standards from the Sampath Bank. It was up in there for some time, but it was in the gap, perfectly bisecting the two fielders. But look at this. Running behind the ball and just pushing it beyond the stumps, or rather the boundary line. 12 runs from this over so far, with 2 more deliveries to go. Last ball of this over. 13 runs coming off from this over. A dot delivery to finish things off. 46 overs completed, 229 for 7. Right, so Tiloka to continue. Touch too slow through there. Was that a direct hit? I don't think so. It was slapped hard from Mr. Chandrasiri. He's on 48 of 61 deliveries. Slap very firmly straight into the hands of the fielder. Punch down the ground this time will be just a single. There's protection in the deep. He moves into 49. Keeping it very tight outside the off stump that time. Kavindu Iranga, 9 of 32. Trying to go for a big shot. That was just touch too wide outside the off stump. The idea was right. It's just that the execution, the placement of the ball was not there to be hit. And that's the end of the over. 47 overs completed, 3 more to go, 230 for 7. Right, so Kavinduranga 9 of 34. Isuru Chandrasiri 49. He's on strike. There we go. That single will take the skipper to his half century. A superb knock from Isuru Chandrasiri, certainly taking this MA's bodyline innings beyond what was expected. Now on 231. He came in when wickets were falling at the other end, one after another. Wickets in regular intervals, in quick succession, one after another. But he just steadied the ship, made sure that he's protecting his end, and at the same time, he made sure that the runs are coming in on a consistent basis as well. So that's a superb knock there from Mr. Chandrasiri. Played a pivotal role in making sure that the run rate stays afloat above 4.5 runs per over on a consistent basis. And as a result, now MA's bodyline on 232 for 7. That's punched on the ground. Won't go all the way for the boundary. Will be just a single. Or maybe couple runs. Yeah, couple runs. That's punched on the ground once again. Yes. Oh, that's a good catch. That's a brilliant catch there from number 69. He was firmly struck. It was a full toss. Almost all the full tosses which Isura Chandrasiri faced went all the way for a 6. But this time around, couldn't really get the connection he was looking for. Not much power behind the shot, as the long on fielder really took a good catch there. It's a pressure catch, not an easy one, but he just made it look so easy. And just like that, the 8th wicket goes down. The skipper goes for a well-made 51 of 66 deliveries. A superb knock from him. And now it's MA's bodyline, now 231 for 8. Eight down for 232 now. There's a small deflection off the pad, I'm sure. Might not just run away for a boundary. So just a couple of runs there. Let's have a look at the previous wicket. For full toss. Yeah, just hitting the bottom part of the bat. That's a reason why it didn't really go all the way. So that's the end of the over. 48 overs done. 234 for 8. Couple more overs to go. Sumudu to continue. Now that's a risky shot there from Kavinduranga, playing across the line of the delivery. That has been called as a wide. Driven away quite nicely. There's protection in the deep. It's just a single. Oh, dropped. My goodness. For a moment I thought he had a hold of that catch, but it's just spilled out of his hands at the last moment. He just went high up in there. Plenty of time for the fielder. There we go. Settle down, settle down. No, it's just crashed it through his hands. Playing once again across the line of the delivery. This time effective. Just a single though. .238. They need to push towards that 250. 7 more deliveries remaining in this game for them. That's her punch down the ground, and that's 6. That takes a score to 244. That's powerfully struck. There we go. Wide outside the off stump, hitting that sweet spot of the bat. Brilliant strike. .49 overs completed, 244 for 8. Last over coming up. Kavindu Ranga on 12 of 39. He's faced 39 deliveries. He's 1-4. He's been giving that support to the skipper Isura. But now with his departure, he has to take control. Last over. Worked away towards the onside. Coming back for the second run. Good run in between the wickets. And now the best of the throws from the fielder as well. So a couple of runs and the score goes up to 246. And now on the verge of getting past that 250. MA's body line. Punch down the ground. There's protection once again in the deep. Just a single. 247. Still a really good score. I mean, anything that gets at beyond 220 for MA's body line, it was something bonus. Something additional, something bonus. And they have just made sure that they get runs on the board. See, they constructed their innings really well. And I think the credit should go to Thanindu Tiwanka, the way he batted. And then the support from Isura at the latter part of the innings. He batted alongside the low, mid, load and tail enders and made sure that MA's body line stay within the game right till the last over. That's a good delivery. Right, so couple more deliveries remaining, 247. They need to make sure that they're getting past that 250. It not only adds extra runs, it just gives a psychological edge to MA's Bodyline as well. Because having to chase down 250 in these conditions, it's gonna be a very steep hill to climb for Sampath Bank. Right, so here we go, last ball. Ranga Pereira so far in this over have given away only 3 runs. That's a juicy full toss. That's gone up in there. It's going nowhere. They're coming back for the second run. And they're coming back for the third run as well. Got to hurry. And that's just suicide there at the end. But that effectively gives Sampath Bank a target of 250. Exactly 250 runs to win this game. Now that's some batting performance from MA's Bodyline. Yeah, not the best of the throws there. And coming back for the third run. Not going to work out this time, but 250 the target. So that's good enough. I'm sure he's for MA's Bodyline. 249 for the loss of 9 wickets in their 50 overs. It's been a superb batting performance, and this will take some batting to chase things down. So having a look at the batting performance, Tarandu Tiwanka, 88 of 95 deliveries with 13 fours and a 6. He made sure that MA's Bodyline get off to a good start, and especially in those middle overs, he made sure that they stay afloat in their 50 overs. And then notable performances from Isura Chandrasiri, the skipper, 50 of 65 deliveries, and Ravindu Chanaka, 30 of 55. 42 extra runs. Now that is something, if this game is going to go to the edge, that 42 runs will be very, very costly for Sampath Bank. So 50 overs completed, 249 for the loss of 9 wickets. So having a look at the bowling performances, Sithija Silva, the standout performer, 3 wickets for 54 runs. Ranga Pereira, 1 wicket for 35 runs. And then Yashita Yashan, I think he bowled extremely well. Look at those figures. 10 overs, 2 wickets for just 22 runs. He's my standout performer with the ball in hand. Hansaja Bandar also bowled brilliantly well. Although he didn't pick up any wickets, he bowled well. 42 dot deliveries and 10 overs 38. So wickets falling in regular intervals soon after that second wicket, and 42 extras given away by Sampath Bank bowlers. So 50 overs, and they've managed to restrict MA's Bodyline for 249 runs. So let's have a look at some of the highlights of this innings. So it was Tarandu Tiwanka who started off really well. He was slow at the start, but made sure that he compensated, or rather pay that redemption for all the dot deliveries that he played. And it was really good, especially in those middle overs when it comes to maneuvering the ball through the gaps, and especially when it comes to working the spinners for singles and twos and getting those boundaries whenever there was an opportunity. The good thing about this first 25 to 30 overs of MA's Bodyline innings is that they made sure that the run rate stays afloat within that 4.5 to 5 runs per over. They always made sure that they're getting that boundary whenever there is a sense of lack of boundary. This was a half century from Tarandu Tiwanka, superb knock there from him. 88 unbeaten, really made sure that MA's Bodyline stay within the game, stay in the game as much as possible for the majority part of the game. But in those middle overs, the spinners took control of the game. They picked up wickets, and they made sure that Sampath are not lagging behind in terms of picking up wickets and in terms of restricting MA's Bodyline for something below 200. But just that final innings, that final knock from Isura, the skipper, really made the life difficult for Sampath, and it was all about the spinners in those middle overs, as I mentioned earlier. Wickets falling in regular intervals. In fact, they were at one stage they were 144 for the loss of 1 wicket, but soon after 3-4 overs they were 155 for 5. So that's the phase where Sampath Bank really took control of the game, and they tightened their screws. They firmed their grip in this game. But once again, as I mentioned earlier, it was the skipper Isura who really made sure that they stay within the game MA's body line and made sure to, get that score beyond 200 and then beyond 220. And right until his departure, he made sure that the runs are coming in slowly, but very steadily. And at the same time, the sixes, the boundaries came in right exactly when they wanted them to come. So it's a good collective effort from MA's body line batters to make sure that they reach 250 at the end of their 50 overs. I remember having a chat with the skipper at the coin toss, and he did mention that he will try to get anything beyond 200 runs, the MA's bodyline skipper. Well, now they have exceeded that 200 run and they have 50 more additional runs to work with. So that should keep the minds of the MA's bodyline bowlers much more freely during this run chase, and that will give some space for them to work their way through with some variations and to try out something different, because they know that they have runs on the board and that will make the life easy for the bowlers. So that's the important part of setting up a good total on board at the end of their 50 overs. So MA's bodyline would be pretty happy with their efforts. 250 for the loss of 9 wickets. So this is how it looks at the moment. 249 for 9 in 50 overs, with half centuries for Tarindu Tiwanka and Isura Chandrasiri. Wickets for Sithija Silva and for Yashit Ayashan and Ranga Pereira as well. So the target is set for Sampath Bank, as they need 250 runs in their 50 overs to chase to win this game here at BOI grounds in Katunayake. So we'll take a short break and we'll be back with the run chase. Until then, stay tuned with Sporty.lk.
Welcome back. We are live from the Katunayaka BOI cricket grounds. Here for the match between Sampath Bank and Mars Bodyline. It's a Mercantile Cricket Association tournament happening. And the story for the day is that Sampath Bank won the toss and put in Mars Bodyline to bat first. And Mars Bodyline putting up a competitive total, I would say. And we are in for the run chase. It's a scorching afternoon here in Katunayaka. The sun is pouring out. A hot, humid day. Good day for cricket though. Not for anyone who is out there in the middle, because they're absolutely feeling the heat and the humid, including us here up in the comm box. As we just see the players are getting themselves prepared in the middle, the two batters out there, the umpires out. We are in for the first delivery of the second innings. Vishma to start our proceedings, right arm off-spin bowling. Very decent line and length to start off with. That time a bit wide outside the off stump. Trying to cut, fails to make contact. Throwing to the wicket keeper. The successful batter of Mars Bodyline managed to get 88 runs. Unfortunate, I would call him. Couldn't get to that century. Well-deserved century. Yes, that's the first wicket down. That's easy as you like. Vishwa back on his follow-through. That was a simple dismissal, I would call it. He got the dancing shoes on, but unfortunately, he just checked his shot for a moment, I would say. Look at that replay. Dances down the track and just couldn't get the elevation. Couldn't get underneath the ball. Easy catch. First wicket down. Sampath Bank, not the way they would have wanted to start the innings. Tasita Chamra goes for a duck. Sampath Bank, 0 for 1. The new man walking in. They're chasing a target of 250 runs in the allocated 50 overs. 5 runs required per over. Mars Bodyline being bowled out for 249 runs. In fact, completing their overs for 249 runs. They did have a flourish of wickets in the middle session of play after the 25th over. In fact, between the 25th and 30th over, they lost 5 wickets for 15 runs. But Isuru Chandrasiri, the skipper, taking back the responsibility on his shoulders, anchored the innings until the very, very last pace of play. New batter, Senura Amara Singh, just the 4 games, a fresher. But he needs to prove himself at this stage of the game. Pressure situation. Batting at number 3, you would expect a lot. Mars Bodyline, on the other hand, they would really want to try and grab a couple of wickets as soon as possible up front. They've got a good start. Vishwa has been brilliant. I'm telling you, he has bowled some good deliveries. 5 deliveries in line with the stumps. Nothing given away cheaply. This is what you expect from your bowlers, in fact. Don't give away the freebies. We saw lots of extras given away by Sampath Bank. Yeah, gets off the mark. That's the first runs on the board for Sampath Bank. 1 over done. 1 for 1. Here's a quick look at that first wicket. Such a simple dismissal. I just thought he should have gone with the shot rather than trying to check it. He should have given it a full swing, because we're in the first power play session. You have the fielders inside the circle, so if you had gone through the shot, would have been ideal. Sampath Bank coming after a huge defeat the other day, so they would be eyeing on getting a win under their name. Both teams have come after losing their previous games, so they would want to look and get from win. Now Kavindu Eranga, look at his figures: 18 matches, 31 wickets, 5 for 32, best bowling, very good economy, good average. Well, he looks a star for me. A really interesting choice from the skipper of BODYLINE to start off with a couple of spinners. Probably the reason being, majority of the wickets, in fact, I guess 8 of them of BODYLINE was picked up by the spinners of Sampath Bank. So the skipper of BODYLINE might have probably figured out that this is going to be a spin-friendly track. Here's a stats of Moksha Samrakon. Just the 6 games. Yeah, that's a beauty. That is a beautiful delivery. Just went on with the arm. There was no turn on offer. Probably trying to undercut the ball. Let's probably have a quick replay. That's good bowling by Kavindu Eranga. So his stats did prove that he's a great bowler. This time, just a gentle push off the back foot for a single. For Moksha Samrakon, gets off the mark. 3 for 1. They need to build again. They have lost the wicket up front. Responsibility on these 2 batters. They need to bat out there as much as possible. Once again, pulling with a low arm action, trying to slide it into the right-hand batter. Good options by the BODYLINE skipper. He's sort of Chandra City attacking player by himself. That did bite out of the surface. Look at that. He bowled it a little bit slower and did manage to get a little bit of purchase. Look at that delivery. We're going to see a lot of them. And this time, going straight on with the arm. Just the 2 runs given away of the over. 2 overs done. Sampath Bank 3 for 1. This has been a decent start by BODYLINE. They did well with the bat. And they have come out again with the ball this time around. So, this is a good decent start, I would say. 2 was done, 3 for 1. Managed to grab that first wicket of the opening batter as well. Now, what these two batters they need to do is they need to spend a little bit of time out there. Yes, they need to score at 5 runs per over, but the surface, how it works is you need to give yourself a little bit of time. You hang out there as much as possible, at least to 15 to 20 deliveries. Get used to the surface. We did see Tharindu, the opening batter, the wicket keeper of Mars Bodyline, doing it in similar fashion. He was out there for some time, and when he got himself settled in, he just kept going on his merry way. He was just depositing the ball into all parts of the ground. What I'm liking about the Mars Bodyline skipper Isuru Chandrasiri is he's made sure that the pressure is being put back on the batting team. He's tightening the screws. He's not letting them get easy singles. And the bowlers equally have been very, very decent. Now look at these over. 5 deliveries bowled, just the 1 run considered. We're almost to the end of the 3rd over. 4 runs on the board. Three gone, 4 for 1. These two batters, they need to build a partnership, shouldn't be throwing away their wicket. But most importantly, they need to rotate strike. That is key. You can't rely on boundaries and sixes. What really matters is how much of runs are you going to get using the singles and the twos. You need to play with soft hands, play the gaps, multiple options around. Keep the scoreboard ticking. There is protection out there. Just the 1 run. It'll be a lot of hard work for these two batters to be out there to build a partnership, to get things going. They can't afford to lose another wicket. They have lost their opening partner. So huge responsibilities on these two batters' shoulders. Lovely. This is what I was talking about. You will see that odd delivery biting the surface. It will spin, it will bounce, and it will create lots of problem in the batter's mind. As a batter, you need to be ready for that. You know that odd delivery is going to come at you. And we did see a similar situation in the previous over as well. One did bite the surface. This is a close call, but very well run by the two batters. So there was a similar situation in the previous over as well. We have one delivery, beat the outside edge, spun sharply away from the right hand, and the very next delivery went straight on. Beat the inside edge, but this time around gets the inside edge, but trickles down to short fine leg for a couple of runs. As a bowler, you really shouldn't mind about those 2 runs taken because they have scored out of a good delivery. You need to just focus and keep on bowling that good length. Yep. Once again, turn and bounce. 4 overs done. 7 for 1. Here's the target, 243 of 276 deliveries. They shouldn't be looking at that right now, Mars Bodyline, because they need to, in fact, Sampath Bank, they need to focus on small targets, get to the 50-run mark. They're just scoring touch below 2 runs per over, which is not the ideal start for Sampath Bank. Required run rate creeping up to 5.28 from the initial run rate of 5 per over. They need to keep an eye, but they shouldn't be worried a lot about that at this point because they need a partnership. So the difference between the opening bowlers of Sampath Bank and Mars Bodyline is the Mars Bodyline bowlers, they're sticking to the basics. They're not trying to do anything fancy, especially being a spinner. You need to stick to your basics if you're looking for a breakthrough. This time, bit of a miscommunication between the two fielders at cover and point. Nevertheless, 1 run added to the total. If you're just joining us, we are coming to you live from the BOI cricket grounds in Katunayaka for this MCA cricket tournament match C division game happening between Sampath Bank and Mars Bodyline. Sampath Bank winning the toss, inviting Mars Bodyline to bat first. They managed to score 249 runs. And in reply, Sampath Bank currently 9 for the loss of 1 wicket. It has been a very, very slow start. But that's not the concern at this point. They need to build a partnership. These two batters have been out there. 15 deliveries to Senura, 10 deliveries for Moksha. Yes, that should be the first boundary for Sampath Bank. That's elegant. A punch off the back foot. Very welcome boundary. Vishma Niranjan just spoiling his figures. Not the ideal delivery. Look at that. Way too short. Giving all the time in the world for the batter to rock onto his back foot and just gently push it. It was pure timing and placement. Good shot from Moksha. Six runs coming off that over. 5 done, 13 for 1.
Tasit Chamara being the batter, he got dismissed, and Senu Ramara Singh and Moksha. Samarakon still out there in the middle. It's been a very slow start for Sampath Bank. 13 for the loss of 1 wicket in 5 overs. Opting to go with spin early on, knowing that there is some purchase of these conditions that will make things harder for the batters. This is good from MA's Bodyline. They've been putting out pressure right from the start with the ball in hand, not to give any freebies away.
both these batters just happy to take their time, which is the right thing to do at this stage of the game. 237 runs away from victory. They have the overs remaining as well. Almost 45 overs remaining. You can see the required run rate is at a controllable level, which is right around 5.5 runs per over. So what these two batters need to do at this stage of the game, now got to hurry, not the best of the throws. So what these two batters need to make sure is that not to allow that required run rate go past 7 or 8 runs per over. Just keep it at a bay, keep it at around 6 to 7 runs per over, and that'll just help them to chase this target down without any pressure. But obviously need to make sure that they're not losing any wickets as well. They've already lost a wicket. Not going to be easy. This is what I mentioned earlier as well before the break, that it's going to be a steep climb to hill. That out bounds once again, troubling the batters. So that is something which has been very consistent right throughout this first innings, and now we're seeing it in this second innings as well. 6 overs completed, 15 for the loss of 1 wicket. Right, so looks like there's a change in bowling from MA's Bodyline. Opting to go with a fast bowler. Tarantu Jayaratne, 30 matches, 33 wickets for him. Best figures of 4 for 14. So now he's got a job to do with the ball in hand. Right, so Moksha Samrasekar, 8 of 12. 235 runs away from victory. They need to make sure that they're picking up those runs on a consistent basis, 1 or 2 runs. Worked away towards the onside. See, one good thing about the Bodyline innings, one of the main reasons as to why they were able to, post an imposing target of, imposing total of 250 runs. It's just how they managed their innings, how they made sure that the runs are on the board. Even the periods where they lost wickets in regular intervals, they just made sure that the runs are coming in a very consistent manner. And that is how you actually build an innings. Right from the start, you set a certain goal, you set a certain plan. At the end of over number 10, we'll be here. At the end of over number 20, we'll be here. And there's always a plan B. If wickets started to fall down, there's always a man who's there to anchor things. There's always a man to steady the ship, and that is exactly what we saw from Tarantu Tiwanka and even the captain Isra. Both got their half century. But it was more of a anchor innings which both these players played, trying to strengthen the innings and trying to make sure that they're not losing their grip of this game. And that is, I think, is the most valuable thing about those two particular innings we saw today from MA's Bodyline. So that's exactly the kind of innings that is required from Sampath Bank batters as well. Senu Ramansinghe and Moksha Samarasinghe need to make sure that they're putting up a good partnership. They're making sure the runs are coming in on a consistent basis. And they always have that 204, 250, that target on their minds. The required run rate, the current run rate and everything on their mind. And play a very simple game. Just put away the bad deliveries, because eventually bad balls will come along your way. So that is something inevitable. Once in a while you will get that opportunity to whack that ball, and you grab that opportunity from both hands. If not, you just stay out there in the middle. Just take those ones, just take those twos. Plenty of gaps all around the ground. So you keep the momentum, you continue the momentum. And that is exactly what is required to chase anything about 250 to 60. You just need to make sure that you're continuing the momentum, scoring 4 to 5 runs every over. Just like that. See, already 4 runs coming off from this over with 1 more delivery to go. Just a 4 singles. That just will do the trick for Sampath Bank. There we go. That was a loose delivery, but couldn't really power that up for a boundary. But still, that's exactly my point, that there will be an opportunity for you to grab a loose delivery. 7 overs completed, 19 for the loss of 1 wicket. $19 for the loss of one wicket. So changes from both the ends. Ravindu Chanaka has been brought in to bowl the 8th over of this match. So opting to go with 2 fast bowlers is Ravindu Chanaka, 15 matches, just a 9 wicket, but best figures of 3 for 20, with a very healthy economy of 5.71. So now he's got a job to do with the ball in hand. Was giving a really good support to Thanadu Tiwanka with the bat in hand. But now the roles have reversed. So with the ball in hand. Here you go, Senu Ramansinghe. He's on 9 of 24. That was an almost a no ball. And that'll be given as a wide. Almost a no ball. There we go. Just few inches. That would have been a no ball. Ravindu Chanaka. Need to adjust his course. And another wide this time. This time Senu Ramansinghe dare enough to chase that ball down. Here we go. There we go, much better. Just a hint of swing into the batter. Senurama Singh has just very well presented his full face of the bat, neatly behind the ball as well. Still, things are in very much in a controllable manner. You can see the required run rate, right run, 5.5 runs per over. These two batters still have that ability, still have that freedom to take their time and settle down. Asking the question this time, and that's gone, no doubts whatsoever. That was landing right in front of the middle stump. What a change up there from Ravindu Chanaka. Senurama Singh just trapped himself. There we go. Hitting that back leg. And that is crashing onto the stumps. That's an easy decision there for the umpire. Just a quick shuffle across the stumps there from the batter. He was trying to work that ball towards the onside, but missed it by quite the margin. Sampath Bank now 21 for 2. And Ravindu Chanaka with the breakthrough. New batter walking in, 21 for 2. Sampath Bank in deep trouble. The wickets falling in right from the start. They lost their wicket early on, but now another wicket has fallen down. They need to make sure that they're putting an end to this and adding a good partnership. It's been a superb bowling performance, and one thing to notice is that although there's a good grass covering in these conditions, and with the new ball, the faster bowlers getting that early swing on offer, it's just they stick with the spinners. And they made sure that the spinners come in their way and picking up those wickets, which they did, and putting out that pressure early on. Right, so Ravindu Chanaka with the breakthrough. And the new batter is set. See, 21 for 2 is at this stage. Remember, they're chasing down a total of 250. Now, this was their last wicket. There we go. Trapped in front, hitting that back leg. And a really good delivery that was. Worked away towards the onside for a single that time. See, just having 250 runs at the end of their 50 overs at this level of cricket, it just not only gives that freedom to your bowlers to work with, because knowing that there's runs on the board, I did mention this earlier as well, it just gives that sense of freedom for the bowlers to try out new different things. They're not pressured. They know that even if they do make a mistake, there's still runs on the board for them to work with. We'll talk about this in the next over. 8 overs completed, 22 for 2. Moksha Samarsingh is still out there in the middle, 10 of 16. Good change up from Bodyline, bringing in 2 fast bowlers from both the ends. Tarindu Tiwanka, this man absolutely hammered the batters, or rather the bowlers from Sampath Bank today, setting up a total of 250. He was the one who spearheaded everything. 88 runs of just 90 odd deliveries. Now this is Hansaja Bandara, 38 matches, 978 runs with the highest score of 125. So he certainly has that ability to bat through and to anchor an innings, and that is exactly the kind of innings we need right now for Sampath. Asking the question there, nothing there from the umpire. Bodyline skipper Isura changing things up pretty nicely. Cut away. That's a good looking shot there. Surely a couple of runs. And oh my God, that was once again the poor fielding efforts from Sampath Bank have seemingly transferred on to MA's Bodyline as well. Because that was struck firmly. Yes, that was a good shot, but that should have been stopped. There we go, the fielder coming in and messed it up at the last moment. Off the edge this time, very much intentional I would say, and a boundary again. That's the second boundary in this over, and the second time a fielder having a genuine chance of stopping that ball, but ended up just pushing that ball all the way towards the boundary. That's very unfortunate for the bowler, but that's smart from the batter as well. The way he placed that delivery down towards the deep third man region, knowing that there's no one out there. Now all of a sudden runs coming in. Last ball of this over, 8 runs coming over from it. So that's a good over for Sampath. 9 overs completed, 30 for 2. .220 runs required of 246 deliveries. MA's Bodyline after putting in that 250 on the board. Right, so Ravindra Chanaka to continue. Last over of the power play off the edge and might just run away for a boundary. Yes, it does. So more boundaries coming off for Sampath Bank. That's the third boundary which came in quick succession. Off the edge, not very convincing but still very effective. The idea is nice there from Ravindra Chanaka, once again trying to get that in swinger right into the block hole of the batter. But this time around it was just touched too full. Down the leg side, and it'll be a wide. That's his third wide. He bowled a couple of wide deliveries in the previous over. Just a bit of swing away from the batter that time. That's his natural angle. Anyway, from what we have seen from Ravindra Chanaka, his natural angle is always across the stumps towards a right-hander. That's a full toss. Couldn't get it on to the gap. It'll be not a run taken. That could have been driven away for a boundary there. Still in the power play, only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. That's much better. See the angle which Ravindra Chanaka is bowling with the assist of the wind and of course of the conditions. The ball is still fresh. It will always create that sense of doubtness in the minds of the batter with the ball rushing in. That's up in there. A chance. Oh! That should run down as a genuine chance. Missed. It'll be an interesting replay for sure. Now. Came down the track, hit in that top part of the bat and just short of the fielder. That was the captain, Isura. Just short of him. Calling it a dropped chance would seem pretty harsh on him, but that's an extremely tough chance for sure, I would say. Last ball of this over. 8 runs coming off from this over as well. 8 runs from the previous over. And now 8 runs from this over with 1 more delivery to go. You can see the run rate has increased almost to 4 runs per over. So it will stay at 8 runs per over. 10 overs completed. 38 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Here's a quick look at the batting card. Moksha Samrakon, the opening batter, still out there in the middle. 17 runs of 21 deliveries. Thasita didn't trouble the scorers, to be very honest. Just the 3 deliveries faced. Extras, 3 extras given away, 3 wides. I would call their bowling performance much more disciplined compared to Sampath Bank when they were bowling. They considered lots of wides. We're done with the power play. 38 for 2. Current run rate 3.8 and the required run rate at 5.3. Still manageable. 212 required of 240 deliveries. Well within reach. It's just that they need a partnership. When they look like they were building up a partnership, the second wicket went down. And once again, it is a rebuilding passage of play. That took off the surface. Bit of bounce. Jayaratne is a tall lad, so he will definitely make the ball to talk. Look at that. It just zipped off the surface. Good bounce. Good length to be bowling. Very decent action, I would call, for a left armer against a right-hand batter. Over the wicket, shaping away from the right-hand batter. I would love to see a slip, probably, with the angle that he's bowling in. Yeah, that is the line and length that I'm talking about. Just inviting the batter, wanting him to drive on the up. We do have a short extra cover waiting for that mistimed drive. Look at that. Good one. Very good one. No foot movement though. When you're batting outside the off stump, you need to get your foot to the pitch of the delivery. In fact, in line of the delivery, I would say. And then get your bat to flow through. You shouldn't be just pushing your bat outside the off stump. You're asking for trouble. Exactly. This is why I wanted to have a slip. Isuru Chandrasiri usually is a very attacking skipper. And they need to get wickets consistently. They can't let the batters settle down. And when you figure out your bowler has got his line and length correct, you need to support him. And probably maybe it's the bowler's responsibility as well. Yeah, there you go. We have a slip fielder. Probably because he is the new batter, Hansa Jabandar. He has been out there for 9 deliveries. Yes, this would be ideal if you could keep continuing to bowl that line and length. Touch too much outside the off stump. You need to bring it a little back in. He needs to bowl that 4th stump line, where you need to create the doubt in the batter's mind whether he should be playing a shot or letting it go. You need to be playing with the batter's mind. Mind games will definitely buy your wickets. This time too wide again, short. He needs to bring it a little bit more towards the batter, to that driving length. He shouldn't let the batter cut outside the off stump. He needs to get the better drive outside the off stump. Look for that edge. Just the 1 run of 5 deliveries. A very decent over. Good comeback. Dot deliveries will obviously open gates for a wicket. That's straight as an arrow. Classic straight drive from Hansa Jabandara. Completes over number 11. Look at that. That's picture perfect. Eleven overs done. 43 for 2. Required run rate 5.31. Anything under 5.5 at this point would be acceptable, because it's just the first hour of play. These two batters trying to build up a steady partnership. As of now, things are looking good. Especially Hansa Jabandara. I'm impressed with the way he has been out there. He came after the fall of the second wicket, and he has been batting very positively. That's it. That's the third wicket. Disturbs the timber. Moksha Samrakon departs. What a beautiful delivery that was. That came in sharply. That's unplayable. Look at that. Huge gap between bat and pad. Starting outside the off stump. Nip him back in. Well, as a fast bowler, I'm telling you, that's one of the best sides you could ever have, to get your opponent bowled. Moksha Samrakon makes that long walk back to the pavilion. 18 of 24. Sampath Bank 43 for the loss of 3 wickets. New man in Tharka after the fall of that wicket. That was a prize wicket. Ravindu has been impressive today. That's his second wicket. He's into his third over. This is good bowling. I mean, on a track where the spinners have really dominated since the morning session, it's great to see a fast bowler coming in and making some action. Look at Tharaka's stats. 17 matches, highest individual score of 38 runs. Ravindu has been bowling that tight channel just outside the off stump, getting it to nip back at the bowler. Here's a quick replay. Well, top of off stump. In fact, middle stump. Brilliant bowling, by all means. That was just unplayable. Well, not great footwork by the batter as well. But you can't take anything out of the bowler. Commentator discuss. As we were just praising about how good Ravindu has been, he throws one down the leg side. When there was a partnership which was building up, once again, a wicket goes down. Tharaka gets off the mark. Wisely sent back by Hansaja Bandara. Tharaka was interested in a second run, but I'm pretty sure there was no second run there. Very wisely done by Hansaja Bandara. He's been out there positive for some time. He's played a couple of shots, but the problem is he can't afford to take any kind of risk. He needs to be out there. Loud appeal, pushing outside the off stump. Once again, look at that delivery. No foot movement. This is what we are discussing. Look at that. No foot movement at all. Just pushing outside the off stump. The bat pushed outside, way away from the body line. That's a classic cover drive. Couldn't have asked for a better shot from Hansaja Bandara. Leaning onto it. For a moment, I just thought he might have mistimed that, but I just managed to get it over that catching extra car fielder. That's the exact reason why we have that extra car fielder. Quick single to end the over. 50 up on the board. 12 completed. 50 for 3. $50 up on the board for Sampath Bank. The problem they're currently facing is the wicket column. 3 wickets done. 200 more runs required of 228 deliveries, which is not a concern at this point, because they shouldn't be worried about the number of runs versus the number of balls, because they need a partnership. They need a 75-run partnership at least between these two batters. Good bit of fielding at covers. Saved a certain boundary, I would say. That was a good punch of the back foot by Hansaja Bandara. He is looking in great touch. Some fabulous shots he has been playing out there since the time he walked out. Tharaka, on the other hand, he needs to support his senior batting partner now. He needs to rotate the strike. He shouldn't be facing a lot of dot deliveries. That will add pressure on Hansaja Bandara. sees that ball outside the off stump, throws the kitchen sink at it, but as usual, fails to make contact. Well, you're 3 wickets down, and I'm surprised to see that kind of a shot from a top order batter. You need a partnership. You can't just gift your wicket to the opponent. You have a buffer, you have a slip fielder waiting for that catch. This time a bit on the short side. Ilzinga. So as a bowler, on the other hand, Tarindu, he has been very decent outside that off-stump channel. He needs to bowl it a little bit fuller. He can't bowl it short, because the moment you bowl it short, the batter is going to take advantage out of it. He's going to cut you. But when you hit that fuller length outside the off-stump, the driving length, you have a catching cover fielder waiting for the mistimed shot, and there was a slip fielder placed as well. If you're just tuning in, Mars Bodyline being put into bat first, 249 runs. Sampath Bank in reply, 52 for 3. As we come to you live from the Katunayaka BOI Cricket Grounds, a picturesque venue, I would say. You need to visit this place. What a lovely atmosphere. Beautiful day, a bright sunny day. This time, shot outside the off stump again. One more run at the total. You can catch us live on Sporty.lk YouTube channel. We're coming to you live. It's been a very hot day since morning. Bright sun. Great day for cricket. Oh, that took off. That really took off. Like a flight taking off from the runaway. 13 overs done, 53 for 3. Current run rate touch above 4 runs per over. And Hans Jabandar on strike. He's been positive out there. Played few shots, showed his intentions. As we see Kavindu Eranga back into the attack. Very decent bowler. Oh yes, this is why he has been bought in, to buy a wicket. They need to be careful as the batters. That delivery just had a bit of extra bounce. $196 more runs required of 220 deliveries. It's a long way to go for Sampath Bank. They are just laying the foundation here. They need to take one step at a time. Just focus on getting to that 100-run mark within 20 overs. Oh, this time goes through the short third man fielder. Let's see, just the one run. I believe he got a hand onto it, which really killed down the speed of the ball. Fielding has been a concern for both two teams throughout the day. Lots of missed chances going down, catches being dropped, lots of runs being given away, many boundaries. This is good cricket. This is very good cricket. Very nicely done. Couple of runs, easy runs. No risk involved at all. This is what they should be doing. Rotate the strike as much as possible. This will push the pressure back onto the fielding team. They'll try to do something different, which will open doors. From mass body line point of view, they need to try and get the wicket of the big fish, Hansa Bandara. 4 runs coming off that over. 14 done. 57 for 3. Now, talking about Tharindu, the wicket keeper for Mass Body Line, he was there out there for a long period of time before he was dismissed. And since then he has walked out. Being the wicket keeper is not an easy task. Batted there for a long time, 92 deliveries faced, 88 runs. Coming back as the wicket keeper, never an easy task, I'm telling. You need lots of energy and lots of stamina to be out there, especially in this hot sun, scorching afternoon. Well, that's a loud appeal, probably pitching outside the leg stump, and umpire indicates that it might be the height as well. Here's a quick replay. Yes, very close call, probably pitching outside the stump, and umpire indicating that it might have just missed the stumps on top. Required run rate just inching close to 5.5, and they need to keep that in mind. They can't let it go past 6. Well, Tharaka has not been very convenient out there. He's struggling a little bit. His foot is not moving around. Trying to play with an unmoved footwork would really not help the cause. You need to play and bat in line with the ball. This time outside the off stump, fails to make contact. Try that 4 dot deliveries. Tharaka might be feeling the pressure. Are we going to see something different? Look at that previous delivery. Good one. A bit short though. Would like to bring that length a little bit towards the batter. Get him to that driving length. Don't let him cut. And again, one more time, beats the outside edge. Look at that. Tarindu giving him a close eye contact. Tarindu, he's disappointed. He wants the wicket. He badly wants it. Giving that long stare back at the batter. But I need to tell you that Tarak is struggling out there. 5 dot deliveries on the trot. Well, Tarindu, this is an important delivery coming up. He needs to bowl it in line. He shouldn't be giving away any width. Bowl that attacking line. Oh yes, very good one. Maiden over, 15 done. Sampath back, 57 for 3.
Right, so 193 runs required of 210 deliveries for Sampath Bank. .57 for 3. It's been a very, very slow start for Sampath Bank. 15 overs, 57 for 3. 193 runs required. Avindu Prasad. Just a couple of matches for him and 2 wickets. Oh, not to get a wicket yet. Hansa Jabandara just happy to take his time. He lost his partner. That's a good delivery. Slow through the air. Hansa Jabandara enticed to cut that ball. This is good. They need to make sure that they're putting the pressure on. Consistently bowl in good areas. Get the dot deliveries in, and the batters will try to break the shackles, and that's where you get your opportunity. Now that's not a good delivery. Was there any bat involved? I don't think so. So is it called a wide? So just a single. There was some contact of the bat and just spilled out of the hands of the wicketkeeper Taradu Tiwanka. That's a good over. Just a couple of runs coming off that over. 16 overs done, 59 for 3. Oh, that's a good delivery from Tarandu. Just, see, just a hint of swing into the batter. Probably some seam movement there. There we go. Worked away towards the deep third man there for a single. Sampath Bank should at this stage try to keep things very simple. There's no need, absolutely no need to panic at this stage of the game. Just make sure that the runs are coming on a consistent manner, and at the same time the two batters are making some strides. A single taken once again. Hansa Jabandar in full control at this stage. Having faced 27 deliveries, he has a good understanding on how to bat on these conditions. Not the easiest, I would say, especially against the spinners. Came Taraka 5 of 17, taking his time. Hansa Jabandar obviously the senior in terms of how many balls they have faced out there in the middle. Have to take the upper hand and need to make sure that they're getting those runs. Still things are in a control, but now that's a good delivery. There we go from Tarindu. That ball just went with the arm. The previous deliveries just came in a bit, but this time it just went straight. Brilliant. Completely deceiving the batter. Now that's up in there. One bounce and into the boundary line it goes. The short pitch delivery. Now we haven't seen many short pitch deliveries in this game, but this time around Tarindu deciding to pitch that ball up. Top edge, and it runs away for a boundary. That's the end of the over as well. Avindu to continue. Oh, that good delivery there once again. Avindu Prasad. At first over, just a couple of runs there. A toss-up delivery this time will be just a single. A friendly full toss there from Avindu. Hansa now, having set up a good base here, 27 off 30, should make sure that he's batting deep. That has to be the key for Sampath. If they are to chase this target down, they need one batter to bat deep. And of course, Hansa Jabandar has that ability. He has already gotten to a good start, 27 off 30. So it's just a matter of continuing this.
open the wickets that time. And just a single. Last ball of this over. That should run away for a boundary. Yes, it does. Not the best of the deliveries. Plenty of time for Hansaja Bandara to rock back and to push that ball down towards the backward square leg region. More towards the fine leg region, I would say. And that's the end of the over. 18 overs completed. 73 for 3. Came Tark on 11 of 20. So this is, if you compare the two innings, Sampath and Bodyline, Sampath also lost a wicket early on and Bodyline also did lose a wicket early on. But the difference is that when it comes to the Bodyline batting, they just, the man behind the stumps, Tarandu Tiwanka, and the other batter who put up a good partnership really made sure that they're not losing any wickets any further. And they made sure that runs are coming in as well. But in contrast, Sampath Bank, whenever we see a good partnership building up, they just lose the grip and they end up sacrificing their wickets. So that is something that we have seen. 74 for 3 as a result. And now this partnership is also going on well, so they should make sure that they're not repeating the same mistake again and just continue with this partnership, because things are in very much controllable manner for Sampath. Nothing's really too concerning at this stage of the game, except for the fact that they've lost 3 wickets. The current run rate, the required run rate, everything is in control, everything is in touch. Last ball of this is over, coming up. Just 3 runs so far. Cut away. There's protection. So dot delivery to finish things off as a good over from Vishma Niranjan. 3 runs from the over. 19 overs completed. 76 for 3.
KM Taraka, 13 off 24. Just one boundary so far. He's giving that support to Hansaj Bandara, who's at the other end, who's the more prominent batter of these two. Right, so change of bowling. Wow. That's been called as wide. Gan Sepalage being brought in to bowl the 20th over. And starts off with a big wayward delivery. Coming back for the second run. That's a good run in between the wickets. Gan Sepalage, 20 matches, 23 wickets for him with best figures of 5 for 37. 2 times has taken 3 wickets and 1 time 1 5-wicket haul. A capable bowler. Now that's up in there. And that's gone all the way for a boundary. An inside out there from KM Taraka. Knowing that the offside field, everyone was up in the 30-yard circle. So it was just a matter of getting it over the head of the fielders. Which he did in style to get that boundary. So KM Taraka now taking the opportunity here. Gayan Sepalage is tossing it up. He's slow through the air as well. Already 7 runs coming off from this over. As KM Taraka is trying to exploit. See, the intentions are quite clear. He's trying to go after the bowling in this over. Punched down the ground for a single. Very slow through there, not an easy one. Easy bowler to deal with, especially when you're lacking that pace. It just gives the batter the idea that he can go after the bowling. It just makes it extremely difficult. Your timing has to adjust accordingly. And that's the end of the over. 20 overs completed. And Sampath Bank 84 for 3.
Well, here's a quick look at the scorecard. Moksha Samarkon 18. Tasita Chamra really didn't bother the scorers. And since the fall of the 3rd wicket, these 2 batters have really put up a nice, decent partnership. Hansaj Bandara on 33, Tarak on 21. 5 extras. 20 overs done, 86 for 3. Required run rate still under 5.5, which is a good sign considering Sampath Bank. But what these two batters have done really well, they have added those quick singles. They have kept the scoreboard ticking. They have been busy out there playing the gaps, playing with soft hands, running the ones and twos. They have been busy out there. This is a good sign for Sampath Bank. They have respected the good deliveries. They have put away the bad ones. Both batters are set out there. So this is the time that one of these two batters have to start attacking the bowlers. Sprays one down the leg side. Kavidu Aranga, he has been very decent today. Economical. Trying to fire it into the right hand batter. This time gives it a bit of air. He's into his 5th over and he's given away just the 14 runs, which is really impressive, I would say. Now these two batters, I believe they need to be out there at least the 30th over. Another 50 runs. They'll be hitting that 140 run mark. And you'll just need the 110 odd runs in the last 20 overs. With 7 wickets in hand, you will fancy your chances. So, at the moment, they need to rotate strike. On the other hand, Mass Bodyline looks like they have loosened things up a little bit for Sampath Bank, which they really can't afford to do. They need to push things back, tighten up. 21 done, 88 for 3. Here. Well, that's going down the leg side. That's hitting the 6th stump onto your leg side. Gayan. I'm not sure what he was appealing for. Look at that. Look at that. Gayan Sepalage into his 2nd over was a little bit expensive in his very first over, going for 10 runs. Well, that's a poor delivery. That's a poor delivery. A high full toss, but on the other hand, Taraka should have deposited that over the ropes. He's rather just got a single. Sepalage should feel himself lucky out there. This time, slapped in front of square. Welcome boundary for Hansa Jabandara. I'm just a little bit concerned about how Gayan is bowling. He's bowling it really slow. If he's bowling at that pace, he can't drop it short. Hansa Jabandara had all the time in the world to rock back and slap it in front of square. So hitting it in front of square shows how slow the delivery was. Sepalage should really try to bowl it up underneath the eye line of the batter. They're searching for a wicket. We can sense that. Mass Bodyline feeling the pressure now. That never arrived. 5 runs coming off that over. 22 done, 95 for the loss of 3 wickets. Well, this is the partnership, 50-run partnership between these two batters for the 4th wicket. A very good effort by both the batters. Equally contributed. 25 from Hansaj Bandara, 24 from Taraka. Nicely going on at the moment. They need to continue. 8 more overs. That's my target. Well, goes down the ground, loops it up in the air. Just the 1 run. They shouldn't try anything fancy because you will get that odd bad delivery where you will get a chance to put it out of the park. So wait for that. Respect the good deliveries. Rotate the strike. Run the singles. Get those 2s. Play with soft hands. Just like that. Nicely done. 1 more run at the total. So on the other hand, Mass Bodyline, where are they going to buy a wicket? Who's the wicket-taking bowler? It should be Kavind Oranga because he's been very economical, very decent with his line and lengths. But the question is, the way these two batters are currently batting, looks like they are not going to throw away their wicket. So they need to buy a wicket. Mass Bodyline, previous delivery, very well directed. Well, this reverse sweep comes in action, but not very well placed. I don't think that's an ideal shot to be played at this point of the game. Not required. They're well within the required run rate as well. Just try and rotate the strike. They have done it well up until this point. It's just a matter of continuing it. Probably for the next 7 to 8 overs. Get to that 150 mark. Goes for a wild swing again outside the hour stump. Taraka, not the way he should be batting. 23 done, 97 for 3. $153 more runs required. Bring it down to 100. These two batters, they need to target that. Bring down the required number of runs below 100. Get that psychological win. Isuru, the skipper, brings himself on to the attack. A very competitive candidate, I would say. Especially we did see him batting. Never let his team down. Fought until the very last minute. Helped his team to get over a decent total of 249. Where they had the risk of getting bowled out much earlier. Interesting. Getting a little bit of swing there. Well, Taraka, he shouldn't be facing dot deliveries. That will put on additional pressure to Hansa Bandara. Yeah, once again, Isru Chandrasri using his height to get that ball to bounce in towards the right-hand batter, cramping him for room. This is good bowling. Two very good deliveries to start off with. Now, what's the plan, Mass Bodyline? To have to get a wicket here. They need a wicket badly. Oh, this time slower delivery. Played with soft hands. That's basic. Very well done, Hansaja. Into the 40s. He has nicely crafted his innings today. 47 of 40. When the team really wanted his support. Tarak on the other hand, playing a decent hand. But last couple of overs he has been struggling a little bit. Dot deliveries. This is what Taraka shouldn't be doing. Try to rotate the strike as much as possible. The other hand, Mars bodyline fielders, they should be attacking the ball. They shouldn't let these batters run away with the game. Should be giving those easy singles. $152 more runs required. That's a long way. But the way these two batters have been out there, might get there. This time plays with soft hands. Yep, nicely done. One more run added to the total. This time shot outside the off stump. And that's 100 runs for Sampath Bank. Very well done. At the completion of 24 overs, Sampath Bank chasing 250. 100 for the loss of 3 wickets. We are almost into the halfway of the innings of Sampath Bank. Once again, nicely done from Taraka. One more run added to total. So the required run rate is slowly climbing up the ladder, inching towards the 6-run mark. Now this is where the risk starts. You can't let it go past the 6-run mark. You need to keep it within 6 runs. Required per over, because if it starts getting over that mark, as batters you start feeling the pressure. It's then when you try to play those fancy little risky shots. As my understanding, Hansaj Bandara looks way more confident on his stroke making. So he needs to be there. He needs to anchor the innings until the very last minute. This time, dancing shoes on. Just the one run. But Tarak, on the other hand, he needs to try and maybe get a couple of boundaries. Look for those gaps. Because Hansaj Bandara can't afford to take a risk. He needs to hang out there. He needs to go and make that big run under his name. Right then, halfway done in the innings. 25 overs gone. 102 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Hansaj Bandara still out there in the middle, 43 of 51, and Taraka 28 of 44. The two batters putting up a really good partnership here. A partnership that is that will eventually, if these two batters can persist in terms of getting these runs on a consistent basis, this partnership will surely be something that Sampath Bank want to have if they have to chase this target down. So 25 overs completed, halfway done. 104 for 3. Avindu gets a breakthrough. Well. Just as I mentioned that this partnership is starting to trouble MA's Bodyline, Avidu Prasad has chipped in and has certainly opened up a new opportunity for MA's Bodyline. There we go. No chance whatsoever. Good work from Tivanka behind the stumps. That was slow through the air and came. Taraka was well too early to his shot. Well. The 4th wicket goes down after making some good runs. 28 of 44. 4 km Taraka. He has to depart. He has to make that long walk back to the pavilion. Right, so this is very crucial for MA's Bodyline. Now they've got the opening they were looking for, and now they have a new batter out there in the middle. So it's just a matter of pressing on and putting that pressure on to the new batter, and because they have to start from scratch. Again, Hansaj Bandara has to put up a partnership, has to make his way and bat alongside the new batter. So it's a whole new process that has to start again. And if there's one party who can take advantage of this situation, is that it's MA's Bodyline. So they need to make sure that they're putting all that pressure on Sumudu.
who's the new batter. Now this was that wicket. There we go, very slow through the air, and the batter was too early. And good work from the wicketkeeper behind the stumps there. A tossed up delivery. That's up in there. Just on the bounce. The first ball of Sumudu Mapalagama, 5 matches, just 10 runs for him. A single taken that time, the ball just rushing through. Last ball of this over coming up, just 3 runs so far. Driven away quite nicely this time. Will be just a single, but that's a good over. A wicket and just 4 runs coming out from that over from Mavidu Prasad. 26 overs completed, 108 for 4. .142 runs required of 144. That's the equation for Sampath Bank. As long as Hansaji is there, it's not going to be a problem, but they cannot afford to lose any more wickets here. They need to make sure that they're putting up a good partnership. We just finished, or rather saw a good partnership between Hansaja Bandara and the batter who was dismissed last, but now they have to start again from scratch. The skipper with the ball in hand, Isura Chandrasiri's first over win for 3 runs. Bit of gentle medium pace. Was quite good with the bat today. Scored a valiant half century, guiding his team to a very commanding total of 250. Why there, Isra? The idea is right. It's just that the execution was not there. Isra Chandrasiri trying to bowl it wide outside the off stump, asking the batter to fetch that ball from outside the off stump. Hansaja is obviously the danger man, and if there's one wicket they need right now, and that is the wicket of Hansaja Bandara, who's on 45, is batting extremely well. Bit of mix up there from Mr. Chandra Siri. Just running through his fingers. Probably a cutter there from Isura. In these kind of slow surfaces, bowlers like Isura are very much effective because they can bowl those cutter deliveries. They don't have much pace. So it just makes the life a bit difficult for the batters. Last ball of this over. Just 3 runs from this over as well, with 1 more delivery to go. A quick single to finish things off. 4 runs coming off from that over. 27 overs done. 112 for 4. Right, so Avindu to continue. A single taken and Hansaja moves into 48 now. Very slow through there, Avindu Prasad. Not much bounce on offer as well, because we saw right from the morning the spinners getting that awkward bounce of the conditions of the pitch that we didn't really see. Now that's a poor delivery. That deserves a boundary. Avindu Prasad probably just trying to push that delivery through. Just popped out of his hands and ended up being a very, very juicy full toss there. Into the gap it goes for a boundary. This is not the kind of deliveries you would want to see your bowlers bowling at a new batter. Now Sumudu Mapalagama has only faced 7 deliveries. And he already got a boundary of a very friendly delivery. That is not ideal on the part of MA's Bodyline. Goes into 49, Hansaja. That's the end of the over. 28 overs done, 119 for 4.
See, one good thing about Hansaja Bandara's inning 49 or 59 is that he's been able to rotate the strike really well. And putting that pressure onto that other partner is not something that we saw from this partnership, even this partnership and one before that. Hansaja Bandara took the responsibility from early on to get those boundaries and to get those ones and twos. And he more or less protected his partner. So if there's one man who can guide Sampath Bank to victory, and that has to be Hansaja Bandara. He's on 49 now. He has plenty of time remaining, plenty of deliveries, 130 to be exact, and 131 runs to get. You can see the required run rate just above 6 runs per over. There we go. That's a single. Just a gentle push towards the offside. And it's a half century for Hansaja Bandara. A knock of highest quality from Hansaja Bandara. And yeah, it's been a wonderful knock. 50 off just 62 deliveries. Just 6 fours for him. But the job is not done yet. He's a long way to go. You need to make sure that it ends up being a big one and one that will drive Sampath Bank towards victory. Off the edge, and it goes for a boundary. No chance for the fielder. There's a very healthy edge there, Isura. Trying to work that ball towards the offside. There we go. Right, so it looks like that's the end of the over. 29 overs completed, 124 for 4. Twenty runs, his partnership, Hansaja Bandara chipping in with 7 runs and Shumudu Mapalagama 12 runs. The base is set, the platform is set, and now it's about these two batters continuing this partnership, adding a half-century partnership and then going beyond. Punched off the back foot straight into the hands of the fielder. Mercantile Cricket Association organising these C Division matches all across most parts of Colombo and here in Katunayake as well. Such a big role Mercantile Cricket Association is playing in terms of fostering this cricket culture amongst companies in Sri Lanka, in the corporate sector in Sri Lanka, because most of these players have played for schools and then maybe have played very briefly in professional leagues, in professional manner before heading into the corporate world. So this is Just the perfect platform for these players to continue their passion for cricket, to continue their passion for the game while being in the corporate sector. So credits goes to Mercantile Cricket Association. And for over 100 years, they have done exactly this, organizing so many matches across different divisions. If I'm not mistaken, it goes on till Division G or H. So it just tells you the gravity of these events organized by Mercantile Cricket Association. The number of matches that they play every year. I think he's only second to Sri Lanka cricket in terms of how many matches these Mercantile Cricket Association is organizing every year across different divisions. So 30 overs completed. Sampath Bank 125 for 4.
Done, 125 for 4, 125 runs more required. Exactly the number of runs they have scored now. At a run rate of 6.25, in fact, that's the problem. The required run rate is going up. And with that last wicket which went down, things might be a little bit tough for Sampath Bank. But these two batters have rotated the strike well. Sumud has made sure to get a runner ball, 12 run. On the other hand, Hansa Bandara has slowed down a little bit. He was going at almost runner ball, but look at him now. 70 of 51. In fact, 51 of 70. He really needs to up the scoring rate. Look at that. It's defensive. Nothing wrong there, but the question is it enough? You need to at least try and rotate the strike. You have been out there for 72 deliveries. You know the pace of the wicket. You know how to work the ball. 5 dot deliveries. He will need to catch up on this later on in the innings. And a maiden over. Well. Very interesting decision by Hansa Bandara to defend off 6 deliveries. 31 done. 125 for 4. Now, what's the plan of Sampath Bank? They're 125 for 4. Not a bad place to be at the end of 31 overs. But the required run rate will be the question. One batter needs to go after the bowling. Taruka would have been the ideal batter to do it, but unfortunately he threw away his wicket too early at the end of 25 overs. He should have been out there for 5 overs. Now, I just feel things are being pulled back by Mars Bodyline. Trying hard. Unable to get through the gaps. 125 runs more required of 112 deliveries. Dot balls. Once again, another dot delivery. 9 on the trot. I don't believe if this is the right tactic used by Sampath Bank batters. Half-hearted appeal was a little bit close. I'm telling you, if he had not hit it clean, that would have been close. Juicy full toss. Just the one run. The first run coming after 10 deliveries. Well, they can't afford to waste deliveries. Mars Bodyline, on the other hand, they are keeping it tight at the moment and not giving away the singles. They're drying things up. Quick single taken. Current run rate going below 4 runs per over. That is a concern. Decent over once again. Just the one run given away. 126 for 4 after 32 overs. And the players will take a dings back. Well, we're back after the drinks break. Players are getting themselves freshen up as the sun is hiding down here at the Katunayaka Cricket Grounds. We're cruising towards the evening session of play. 123 runs required of 108 deliveries. Interesting game in hand. I believe the Sampath Bank team, they might have discussed what their plans would be. Fails to make contact. Fired it in by Vishma. He's into his 5th over. Consider just the 11 runs. Grabbed that 1 wicket. Well, the required run rate going closer to the 7-run mark. It's going to be interesting now. Sampath Bank batters, they need to decide when are they going to step their foot on the accelerator. Once again, it has been a very decent over by Vishma Niranjana. He did bowl a maiden over previously. In this over, just the 1 run considered of 4 deliveries. They're pulling things back. I'm telling you, they're pulling things back. Once again, no run. This is great cricket. The last 17 deliveries, they have managed to score only 3 runs. They're pulling things back. And I'm sensing a big shot somewhere around the corner. Just the 1 run of that over. Good bowling. Sampath Bank after 33 overs. 128 for the loss of 4 wickets. Out of these 2 batters, who is going to go after the bowling? That'll be the question. Once again, close call. The 2 batters, doesn't seem like they're communicating very well out there in the middle. Look at that. Yes, no, and what was he doing? What was he doing? He could have easily run himself out. Sumudu Mahapalage, he was just ball watching. Mate, you need to run fast on the other end. Well, that is extremely good bowling by Avidu. Floating it up, inviting the batter to go after him. Look at that. He waits and waits and waits and swings, but fails to make contact. They have been very lethargic running between wickets. You need to run fast. You need to get that first run fast. You need to put additional pressure on the fielder. They haven't been doing that. Stamford was delivery, driven down the ground for a 1 run. So, the past 4 overs, including the next delivery which is due, they have managed to score just the 6 runs. 4 overs, 6 runs. Let's see how many runs he's going to get off this delivery. One more run, so that makes it 7. So all credits to mass bodyline players. They're slowly pulling things back. They haven't managed to pick a wicket, yes, but with regards to the dot deliveries, it's building up. Means pressure is on. That was a beauty. Avindu is amused. Look at that. How did that miss the outside edge? Oh, yes. Well done, Hansa Jabandar, on missing that. 34 done, 132 for 4. We're almost inching towards the interesting session of play. With 117 more runs required of the balanced 95 deliveries. 2 set batters out there. Sumudu has been out there for 24 deliveries. Hansaja Bandara has slowed down a little bit. He's been there for 81 deliveries. He needs to go to make that big total. Oh, that beats everyone. Oh, that's not good running again. Ball watching, ball watching. You need to look at your partner. You need to respond to your partner's call. That was a brilliant delivery by Vishma. Peyton all ends up. Hanshaja should count himself lucky that he was not bowled in the previous delivery. Through the gate it went. Required run rate 7.35. Where is the big over coming? The 12 run, the 15 run over. We need that to get things in line. Can't afford to look for 100 runs in the last 10 overs. No run. Start balls building. Current run rate below 4 runs per over. Well. Mars bodyline pulling things back. Slowly but surely. Oh no. I believe that's the skipper. Skipper, you can't afford to do that. You're letting your team down. You're letting your bowler down. Every run matters at this stage of play. Easy single to end the over. Good one. 6 runs coming off the 35th over. 137 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Came Tarak on 28:45. The dismissed batter, beg your pardon, came Tarak at 28:52. Now, when he was out there alongside Hansa Jabandar, that partnership was working really well for Sampath Bank. And now with Sumudu Mapalagam out there in the middle. They had to start from the scratch, but as my co-commentator just mentioned, the run scoring have dripped down a bit. You can see the run rate at the moment just below 4 runs per over. Now, ideally, heading into the last 10 overs, having anything around 70 to 60 runs to get in the last 10 overs is something that, you know, Sampath Bank would be comfortable in doing, rather than having to chase down anything around 80 to 90 to maybe 100 runs. So in order to get that, they need to make sure that they're continuing this momentum. They're getting those runs on the board on a consistent basis. At least target 6 to 7 runs per over from here onwards till that 40th over, because they have wickets in hand, and that is not an issue at this stage of the game for Sampath Bank. 1 for 4. They have a set batter out in the middle, Sumudu Mapalagama, who's on 18 of 27. In my opinion, should be the one who should, you know, try to get that boundary in and to have at least 60 to 70 runs to get in the last 10 overs. And with Hansaja Bandara still out there in the middle, it's still not out of their reach. Sampath Bank, they still believe. That's punched on the ground. There we go. That is exactly what I mentioned, and this time it goes for a boundary. Sumudu Mapalagama should take the upper hand in getting those boundaries, and that is exactly what he did. Avindu Prasad is just bowling it touch to a full. That was an opportunity. That was an opportunity that should have been or should be exploited, which he did. So that is a really good positive sign for Sampath Bank. They need more of those. 105 runs required, 105 runs required to win this game now. They're in a really good position. Full toss. Oh, dropped. If there's one thing letting MA's body line down, that is their fielding. They're bowling well. They're putting the pressure. And once the batters feel that pressure, the first thing they do is they try to go after the bowling. And that's where you create your opportunities. Asking the question, there we go. Nothing there from the umpire as well yet again. Real good athleticism there from the wicket keeper. Let's have a look at that again. Not sure whether there was any contact off the bat. Probably just came off the pads. "36 overs done, 146 for 4. "104 runs to get in 84 deliveries. They need to make sure that they're getting to that 70 to 60 runs to get in the last 10 overs. That has to be the key. That has to be the plan at this stage. So they got 4 more overs to do whatever they want right now. He's on 23, Subudu. He did the right thing to go after the bowling. You need to try to go after the bowling in this over as well, if the opportunity is presented, not to take any unnecessary risks. On the other hand, Hansaja Bandara should stick out there. You need to make sure that he's batting all 50 overs. Punch towards the long on fielder. A pretty spread out field, so plenty of ones and twos on offer for both these batters to work with. It's just a matter of getting that one boundary per every over. Sumudhu Mapalagam is going well. 23 of 31. Another quick single. And overthrows. So extra runs being added to the total. So a couple of runs there. So dot delivery. Right into the block hole there. Hansaja Bandara is on 61 of 89. 6 fours for to his name. A faster delivery. 37 overs done. It's 149 for 4. A pretty spread out field, as I mentioned earlier, especially onto the onside. There's one in front of square in the deep mid-wicket region and one in long on. Right, Avindu to continue. Sumudhu Mapalagama. The plan should be simple. If there's anything over-pitched, if there's anything short, should absolutely deposit that for a boundary. That has to be the key. That has to be the plan at this stage. They have wickets in hand. Just like that. That's up in there though. Ah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He knew exactly where the fielder was positioned. That's the key thing about that shot. He knew exactly where the fielder was positioned and was careful enough to play it straight as much as he can away from that fielder at long on. Now this is brilliant. This is Sumudhu Mapalagama playing according to the situation. 97 runs more required now. After this over, we'll be having 12 overs remaining to get that 97. They need to make sure that they're getting those runs quickly. Sumudhu Mapalagama on 28. There we go. That's good cricket all round. Hansaja Bandara now should focus on getting that one. Getting that single. Give the strike back to Sumudhu Mapalagama. He's on a good form. He's going to deposit if anything's touched too full, if anything's touched too short. Hansaja Bandara has slowed down a lot. He scored his half century of just 61 deliveries and now 61 of 92 deliveries. But he needs to stay out there. He is the one who anchored this innings and he needs to stay out there right till the end if Sampath Bank wants to chase this target down. So that's the end of the over. 7 runs or rather 6 runs coming off from that over. 38 overs completed, 90 or rather 155 for 4. 95 runs required, 72 deliveries, 12 overs remaining to get 95 runs. Oh, confusion once again. A lot of miscommunication happening out there in the middle between these two batters. Not the first time. Not the first time by any means. A lot of yes and no's out there in the middle. Almost made a mess out of it that time, Hansaja Bandara. Cut away quite nicely. Brilliant between the two fielders inside the 30-yard circle. Hansaja Bandara was looking for that shot to break his shackles. There we go, brilliant. No chance in between that point and backward point fielders. Not single taken this time. Vishman Ranjanan. He's been bowling well. He's bowling his 8th over. 1 for 24. So that's the end of the over. 39 overs completed. 6 runs coming off from that over as well. It's 1-6, 1 for 4. Right, so the required run rate just above 8 runs per over, which is, I still feel, which is gettable, which is within a reachable range. Subudhu Mapalagama, he's going to be the key now. He need to make sure that he's getting those boundaries. 30 off 37, just 4 fours for him. But he has already shown his ability to play those big shots. Here's Avindu to bowl his last over. 1 for 42 in 9 overs. He bowled well, especially in his first spell. But he's been a bit inconsistent in his second spell, which he is bowling at the moment. Or rather his third spell, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's a good delivery. That just almost went through the gap between bat and pad. Oh, that's a good delivery. Odd bounce Sharp spin on offer. Took the batter by surprise. Sumudu. The ball just landed on middle and leg. So far, it's been a really good over from Mavindu. Just 3 runs from it so far. Punched off the back foot. Last ball of this over. 85 runs away from victory now. After this delivery, 10 overs remaining, 60 balls. That's up in there and dropped. Not the first time. Well. It was up in the air for some time. Complete misjudgment there from the fielder. The idea was right. There was a clear gap there, but not the right judgment there from the fielder. 40 overs completed, 166 for 4.
Well, we are into the last 10 overs of this innings play. The final power play, the batting team will have to try and get to this total as soon as possible. The fielding team will be allowed to have 5 fielders outside the ring, which is an advantage for them, and it will be a challenge for the batters as well. So Sumudu Mahapalage is on 33 of 41. He has spent some time out there. He has shown intentions of going after the bowlers. But for me, Hansa Jabandara, since he got his half-century, in 61 deliveries, if I'm not mistaken. So since then, he has managed to add 19 runs. And look, he has taken 38 more deliveries to score that 19 runs. That is a huge amount of deliveries, a strike rate of 50. When you're chasing down a total of 250, at least a run a ball would have been really handy. Yep, Tharindu Jayavardhana, he is still getting the bounce. He's using his height to perfection. Required run rate 8.54, 84 runs required of 59 deliveries. Now it's the time for one of these batters to go after the bowling. They need a big over. They need a 15 run over or 2 overs where they could get 10 each. Singles aren't going to help Sampath Bank at this point. They have the 6 wickets in hand, so they really should try and go after the bowling at this point. 83 runs, 58 deliveries. Yes, this is a good partnership, but it's time. It's time to accelerate. Mass Bodyline, even though they haven't managed to pick a wicket, what they have done is they have kept things tight. Yes, there was an opportunity the previous over which went down begging, but on the other hand, They have been very decent with their bowling. All credits to the bowlers. They have managed to pull things back. Hits the gap. Should be at least a couple of runs. I just feel the fielders might be feeling the tiredness being out there the whole day. It was a hot sunny day as the sun is just shading away, trying to hide itself behind the clouds as the breeze comes around the ground. Beautiful evening. Singles aren't going to hurt Mars Bodyline at this point. They wouldn't really matter. Sampath Bank batters getting singles. Right, a very important last delivery coming up. 5 runs of 5 deliveries. Can he get a boundary? That's key. 70 of 100. Six runs coming off the 40. First over, 172 for 4. Things are getting really interesting here at the BOI cricket grounds in Katunak. If you're just staying in, Mars Bodyline being put into bat first by Sampath Bank after winning the toss. Did manage to get a score of 249 runs in the allocated 50 overs. In reply, Sampath Bank currently 172 for the loss of 4 wickets. 78 runs required, a win of 54 deliveries. 2 set batters out there. Handy little partnership. Something is going to happen in this over. I sense that. Keeping low. Sodu Mapalage. I'm seeing a big shot coming. It's now or never. The need to go after the bowler. Look at that. Bit of dust coming out of the surface. As you could see, the ball hits the ground. There's a huge amount of dust, or you could call it a puff rather, coming out of the surface. .77 of 52. We have a game in our hands. For both teams, the highlight for the day is the fielding hasn't been really in good standards. Especially when you're playing this level of cricket, you need to focus on your levels of fielding. You need to be tight. Number of catches going down. Multiple boundaries given away. Lots of singles, lots of twos. It is a concern at this level of cricket. Once again, quick run taken. Looks like another quiet over. Just the 2 runs of 5 deliveries. 76 of 49. 42 done. 175 for 4. Look at the partnership, 71 runs of 101 deliveries. The concern is the number of deliveries that they have taken to build this partnership up. Especially Hansa Bandara has scored 30 of 54 deliveries. That is the biggest concern. The other hand, Sumuthu Mahapalage scoring at a good rate. Now, if Hansa Bandara did manage to at least get another 10 to 15 runs to that partnership of 30 runs, which he has contributed, things would have been much more comfortable. They would have been somewhere around 190 at this point, requiring just the 60 runs of the 48 deliveries. But that's not the story. You need 75 of 48 deliveries, which is kind of becoming a tough ask. But 6 wickets in hand, they might fancy their chances. But stroke making hasn't been really easy on the surface. The ball ain't coming onto the bat really well. You have to work hard to get those runs. Look at that required run rate. Hitting that 10 run mark. Well, these two batters, they are still relying on singles. I don't see any kind of aggression. Now, what's their plan? If you are the batter out there, what would be your plan at this point? 9+ runs required per over to win the game. 73 of 46. Where is that big shot coming? Oh, misfield. Misfield. Should have been 1 run. Ends up to be a boundary. Very welcome boundary for Sampath Bank. A boundary coming after quite a lot of time. Look at that. That is running away, but... well, oh boy, you can't miss those. I'm telling you. That's one more added to the list of misfields for the day. But costing in 4 runs. If these two batters are out there, I would fancy my chance of getting 30 of the last 20 deliveries, or probably 35 of the last 4 overs. So they need to be out there, and they need to get to that total as well. There you see, ball not arriving. That's the problem. So probably, ideally, they might need to go after the spinners. That would be the tactic. That would be the strategy that these two batters should focus on. It's not easy to put away the fast bowler because the ball is never arriving. It's really slow at the moment. It's really hard work for the batters. Yeah, once again gets that inside edge. Good over. 9 runs coming off it. 43 gone. 184 for 4. 66 or 42, that's the question. Not an easy task, I would say. But with 6 wickets in hand, you would definitely fancy your chances. It's just the 2 big overs that you need to get closer to the target. Should be couple of runs. Should be couple of runs. In fact, will it be a boundary? No, very well done. Good stop. 2 more runs out of the total. Sumudu Mahapalage, he needs to be the batter to go after the bowlers. Hansa Bandara, he needs to anchor the innings. Deft touch. 1 more run at its total. So they have got a good start for the over. 3 runs off the first 2 deliveries. Now they need to focus on the boundary delivery, but I'm pretty sure with the ball turning into the right-hand batter, Sumudu Mahapalage might try to take on Vishma. Yes, there he goes. Swings. Just the 1 run. At the moment, looks like things are under control for Sampath Bank. Yeah, that's what Hansa Bandara needs to be doing. He needs to get Sumudu Mahapalage on strike, because he is going to take on the bowlers. Hansa Bandara, he needs to be out there until the very last delivery. 61 of 38. Couple of sixes. Things might turn out to be really interesting. That's down the ground, but not timed very well. I just for a moment thought if it had timed it well, might have been a boundary. Still not a bad over. 6 runs of 5 deliveries, but they need at least a couple more runs of this last delivery. Let's see what Hansa Bandara has on offer. Oh, that took off. That took off. I'm telling you, that really bounced off the surface. Third to the wicket keeper, feeling it. But good job behind the stumps. That completes over number 44. 60 of 36 required. 190 for 4. As we are just inching towards the day's end, look at that beautiful picture of this lovely ground here at the BOI zone in Katunayaka. It has been a great day so far for cricket. Isuru Chandrasiri, the skipper, decides to bring himself on. 10 runs required per over to win the game for Sampath Bank. The first time the required run rate has gone up to 10. It's turning out to be an interesting match with these 2 batters in. Here we go. Oh, there's another chance that goes begging. Oh, should be 3 runs probably. Let's see. No, just a couple of runs. They feel that point. Drops another catch. It's been so many cherries that have been spilled out the basket. Well. Both teams, they have to sit back and think about the number of chances that went a begging. Look at that. That was regulational. You wouldn't get a catch as easy as that. That was too easy to drop, I would say, rather than to catch it. This time tries to be cheeky. Once again a misfield. Well, the word misfield has been pronounced on multiple occasions throughout the day, becoming a prominent word in my vocabulary too. Look at that. Regulation. Shouldn't have been a one run, to be very honest. It was straight towards him. Ended up giving away 2 runs. Sumudu Mahapalage living dangerously, but currently the luck favouring the brave. Goes down the ground, gives it a proper whack just for a single. He moves up to 47. 55 now required of 33 deliveries. Good start for the over. 5 runs off the first 3 deliveries, in line with the required run rate. Right, now what's Hansa Jabandara going to do? Will he get a single, go after the bowling? Oh, he decides to go up and over. Right, finally that's curtains for Hansa Jabandara. Good catch to end things up for Hansa Jabandara. I just doubt if that was the correct decision by Hansa Jabandara, because he has been out there for some time. His scoring rate dropped down a little bit as well, and finally throws away his wicket. Good diving catch from Avidu. Nevertheless, very well played Hansa Jabandara, 84 of 113. He has played his part. Makes that long walk back after taking his team up to a demanding position. $195 for 4. Right, then we have the new batter, the left-hand man. Now that good delivery to start off with. Look at that. Pace and bounce. Steaming outside the off stump. Here's a quick look at the previous wicket. The intention was right to go over extra cover. The execution was not ideal. Ended up caught down at deep cover. Oh, another chance goes down. Well, we need to take notes of the number of catchers that have gone down. Oh boy, that's a disaster. That completes over number 45. Here's a quick look at that replay. Oh, I really have no idea what he was trying to do there. Gayanse Palage. Should have been a better effort. 45 done. 196 for the loss of 5 wickets. We are into the last 5 overs.
Hansa Jabandara, the stand-up performer, 84 of 114. But now Sumudu Mahapalagama just 3 runs shy of his half-century. But more importantly, it's about his last 5 overs. The required run rate, right around 11 runs per over. 54 of 30. Here we go. Wishman Niranjana. That's up in there. One bounce and into the boundary line. That's a good start. Yashita Ashan. He's not going to wait around. He was quite brilliant with the ball. That was very delicately played. There we go. Using the wrists. Wishma bowling his last over. He was quite brilliant with the ball. 1 wicket for 35 runs into the last over. And 200 up for Sampath Bank as well. Just a single. Running between the wickets has not been the strong suit for Sampath Bank. A lot of opportunities where they could have just turned their ones into twos were missed out on. A lot of miscommunication, a lot of yes and no's. Wishma almost trying to man-card Yashita Ashan at the other end. He's well within his rights to do so, but he gives out a warning first, which is a nice thing to do, but then again it's not a must to give out a warning. 6 runs so far from this over as well. Got a couple more deliveries remaining. Oh, that missed out everything. Won't go all the way for a boundary. But just a couple of runs. Went through the batter and the wicket keeper. Yashita Ashan. He's on 6. Trying to work that ball towards the onside. There we go. Just a single to finish things off. 46 overs completed. 9 runs coming out from that over. 205 for 5. Right, so the skipper Isura bringing himself in to bowl this 47th over. Yashita Ashan on 7. Sumudu Mapalagam on 48 over 55. Off the edge. Put on the dive. Avindu chases behind the ball, but it goes all the way for a boundary. That was a tough one. Good effort from the wicket keeper. That ball just rushed on to the boundary line. No chance for Avindu. That's up in there. There's no one down in the deep. It won't go all the way for a boundary, but will be a couple of runs. That was bowled on to the pads. Yashita Yashan trying to whack that ball towards the onside. Couldn't really get the connection he was looking for. Probably just landing on outside the leg stump. Probably the impact outside the leg stump as well. Pitching off the leg stump. Everything in the favour of the batter. So 7 runs required now. Isuru Chandrasiri. So both this, or rather 7 runs from this over. Beg your pardon. 38 more runs required. Trying to be a bit more cheeky. That's up in there. And it's taken. It's Subudhu Mapalagama. 48 of 55. He was trying to be cheeky. Trying to get some quick runs on the board as they were running out of options to score runs against the fast bowlers. It was not easy because the ball never arrives. It's very slow. The surface seems very slow and it's not easy to play against the faster bowlers. So Subudhu Mapalagama had to innovate, had to be cheeky. But this time around it just went high up in there. A good solid knock from Subudhu Mapalagama. 48 of 55. It comes to an end. And now it's 212 for 6. New batter worked away towards the onside, just a single. Now this was their last wicket. Very effective shot, it's just that the execution was not there. Probably leading edge coming into play. It went high up in there. The idea was right with the fine leg field up inside the 30-yard circle. Just a gentle push would have taken the ball all the way towards the boundary. Right, so here's Yashita. Ah, that's a good shot. It made a really good sound off the bat. Just a couple of runs. And that's the end of the over. 47 overs completed. 215 for 6. 35 runs required of the last 3 overs. The required run rate now has gone up to 11.5 runs per over. That's a good looking shot from Kshitij Silva. And that's gone all the way for a boundary. That's a good start to the over. Not the best of the delivery there. It was touched to straight on to the pads and flicked away for a boundary. Superb. Kshitij Silva. The two spinners who actually made the life a bit difficult for the MA's bodyline batters, Kshitij Silva and Yashita Eshan. Oh, would you believe that? Once again a misfield. You cannot afford to do that, can you? Especially at this stage of the game. Back-to-back boundaries, Kshitij Silva. Touch to full, not the best of the deliveries. But this should have been stopped. Fielding has been really, really poor from both Sampath Bank and from MA's bodyline. Back-to-back boundaries. Game on. 223 for 6. (27 of 16). And this might just run away for a boundary. Yes, it does. 3 boundaries on the trot from Kshitij Silva. This is not good bowling. He's bowling it on full outside the off stump. He's not going to miss out on those. That's just easily put away. Right, so 3 boundaries on the trot. 23 runs required of 15. Here's Tarindu. Just a single this time. Can Yashita Eshan do the same? He's on 16. Not easy to play against the faster bowlers, but Kshitij Silva somehow found the right mix. He was waiting till the ball comes on to him. Inside edge. Last ball of this over. 14 runs coming off from this over. Swing and a miss, and they're getting a single. Tarindu Jayaratna has been given as a bye. So that's the end of the over. 48 runs, 48 overs completed. 230 for 6. Need 20 runs from 12 deliveries. Right, so there we go, Sampath Bank. They're on the boundary line. It's getting tensed up. This is exactly what we wanted. Good cricket from both the sides. We'll have to say, not when it comes to fielding. Fielding has been not up to the standards. We'll just put it like that. It has not been up to the standards from both the sides. But in these conditions, the batting, the bowling, both the teams giving out a good fight. That's really good to see. Right, so 20 runs required of the last 2 overs. It's anyone's game. Well, if you ask me who has the upper hand as at now, I would say it's MA's Bodyline, but we'll never know. Here we go, Kavindu Aranga with the ball in hand to bowl this penultimate over. Asking the question, that's gone, that's straight. Sitija Silva shuffled across the stumps, trying to play across the line of the delivery, targeting that mid-wicket region. Couldn't get the connection he was looking for. And that's straight enough to be given as out. Right, so 20 runs required of 11 deliveries. 7 wickets down. Once again, the odds are in favour of MA's Bodyline. Just a single, could have just looked for a second run. Just run the first run hard. That is something that we didn't really see from Sampath Bank batters. They didn't run the first run hard. Once you see, what happens is when you run that first run hard, it always creates that sense of rushness in the mind of the fielder. And once that mindset is there, the fielder tends to do mistakes, and that creates an opportunity for you to come back for the second run. So that's why they always say that you got to run your first run very, very hard. Give everything you have, especially at this stage of the game. You got to run that first run hard. That's up in there. And that's 6. Yashita Yashan finally waiting and waiting for that delivery to come. Has had plenty of time to just rock back and to play it across. Wow, brilliant. That's such a pressure relief there for Sampath. No chance for the fielder. Right, 13 of 9. Sampath back in this game. One more boundary. They're in control. Ah, that's up in there. No chance. Got to look for the second run. No, just a single. Oh, confusion, confusion. And it's gone. I almost thought MAS made a mess out of that. But he's given out. But I guess Yashita did the right thing. He was the one who should have been on strike, so he just came rushing in. So yeah, they got what they wanted, to have Yashita on strike. So the new batter just sacrificed his wicket for the right cause, I would say. So Ranga Perera has to depart, but he did the right thing there. Yashita Eshan, he's on strike now. He's on 24 of 14. If there's one man who's gonna finish things off for Sampath, it's Yashita. And just like that, and it's a 6. Once again, Yashita Eshan, he's been slogging that ball really, really well. Yes, touch to full, and there we go. Down on one knee, across the line of the delivery, right through that mid-wicket region, more towards the Sportylk region. It goes all the way for a 6. So 2 sixes in the over, and now all of a sudden, despite a wicket, Sampath Bank in control. 6 runs required. What a game of cricket here at BOI grounds. Right. So we're into the last over. We are into the last over. 6 runs required off the last over. 2 wickets remaining. It's the new man in, Tiloka is on strike for the last over. There's only one thing for him to do. Just get a single. Doesn't matter whether it got hit on you or your bat. You just run. Who's going to bowl this last over? Looks like it's the skipper himself. Wow, that's interesting. So the skipper has opted, enough is enough. I'm going to bowl this last over and I'm going to defend these 6 runs. Tiloka will need to make sure that he's getting that single. He need to take the single. Right, so Isura. Across seam. There we go. He gets a single. And that puts Yashita Eshan on strike. Now that was the 6s. The first 6 that was. Right, so a bit of a hold up there. Not sure whether the fielders are in set. So Yashita is on strike now. That's up in there. Is that a fielder? And he takes it. That's a pressure catch, let me tell you. Yashita Eshan trying to clear the boundary. Still the game is not over though. That should have been put away. That was a hit me ball there. It's just that couldn't get the distance he was looking for. The elevation was not there. That's a good catch. It may look easy on your screen, but let me tell you, given the circumstances, it's a very, very pressure catch. But a good knock. A knock that certainly took Sampath Bank to the verge of a stunning comeback victory. Right, so 5 runs off 4. 9 wickets down. Couldn't have asked for a better match. This is the MCA C division. This is Damit Madhushankar. Highest score of 61. Well. For a number 11 batter, that's more than enough. But it doesn't matter whether he has scored a half century. They just need 5 runs to win now. Damit Madhushankar. Here we go. Takes a single. Right, so Tiloka on strike. That's up in there. Wicket keeper. Oh, he takes it. Well. All of a sudden, the fielding has become extremely well from MA's body line. That ball just went very high up in there, and for a moment I thought the wicket keeper was trying to get hold of the catch, but he knew that there was a fielder coming in. So he stopped, and that was a good catch. That was indeed a really good catch. But Sampath Bank, you can keep your heads high because you just came very close to registering a superb win. Oh, that's a good catch. Wow. Absolutely brilliant, Ravindu. But the skipper from MA's body line, Isura, brilliant with the bat, scored a wonderful half century, and with the ball, 4 wickets for just 29. He took the responsibility upon himself to defend 6 runs in the final over, and he just wrapped things up with 2 deliveries to go. 4 wickets for just 29 runs in 5.4 overs. It has been a superb all-round performance from the MA's bodyline skipper, Isura Chandrasiri. But it's been a wonderful game of cricket here at the BOI grounds in Katunayaka. MA's bodyline winning the match by just 4 runs. After being put into bat first, scored a wonderful 249 runs. And now have done their part with the ball in hand to defend 249 and to restrict Sampath Bank for just 246. So they win by just 3 runs. So let's have a look at the batting performances. It was Hansaja Bandara who really anchored the innings, strengthened the innings with 84 of 114 deliveries with 8 fours, and then notable performances from Sumudu Mapalagama, 48 of 56, and Yashitaya Shen as well, 30 of just 17 deliveries. At the end of the day, they just fell short of just 3 runs. 13 extras compared to Sampath Bank's 42 extras. So there we go. Those are the things that Sampath Bank will need to address after this game. 42 extras from Sampath Bank bowlers and just 13 from the MAS bodyline bowlers. So looking into the bowling, it was the skipper, Isura Chandrasiri, 4 for 29. If there is an award for man of the match, it should probably go to Isura Chandrasiri. 4 for 29 for him. And then Ravindu Chanaka picking up 2 wickets for 18 as well. Avindu Prasad 1 wicket, Vishmani Ranjan and Kavindu Aranga 1 wicket apiece. So let's have a look at some of the highlights of this run chase. They started off, there was a wicket at the start, but from there onwards, that was the wicket. A court and ball effort from the bowler, but from there onwards, Hansaja Bandara and that rest of the top order came in
and they made sure that the runs are being scored in regular intervals. Wickets fell down. They were very slow at the start. They were 50-60 runs at the end of 17th to 18th over, but a lot of misfields there from MA's bodyline fielders. Hansa Jabandara kept one end very safe, and from the other end, a lot of batters just came in, took starts. We saw a couple of batters taking 20s, and this was Ramidu with the breakthrough. So a lot of middle order batters really took the control of the game, all thanks to Hansa Jabandara. How he batted, every credit should go to him. The way he batted alongside the middle order and the tail enders as well. He got a bit slow at the end, but understandably things got really hard, because see, the conditions here at the BOI grounds, it was very difficult to play against the fast bowlers, because the conditions were very slow and the ball it never arrives. So you have to be very patient with your stroke play. You have to make sure that you have to wait till the ball comes onto your bat, and otherwise you have to rush down. This was his half century. Otherwise, you have to rush down and make sure that you create your own pace. So that it was a tough outing against the fast bowlers. Where on against the spinners, although there was spin on offer, a lot of spin on offer, and some odd, awkward bounds of the conditions, comparatively, I would say playing against the spinners was easy on this surface compared to playing against the pace bowlers. But it was a valiant effort, a really good effort from Sampath Bank, and especially at the latter part of the over. Now, one key thing which MA's bodyline bowlers did, especially in those overs from over number 35 to over number 45, is they continuously bowled dot deliveries. They didn't really pick up wickets, but most importantly, they bowled dot deliveries, and that created pressure. And we saw the required run rate slowly creeping in. At one stage, it was around 8 to 9 runs per over, but once you bowl consistently dot deliveries, it just cramped up and it became 10, 11 and 12 runs per over, and that's where the pressure started creeping into the batters, and that's where the batters were enticed to go for big shots and ended up losing wickets in clusters, and ended up losing the game by just a bare margin of 3 runs. This was Yashita Ishan, who fought till the end, was brilliant with the ball and was brilliant with the bat as well. Scored 30 odd runs in just 15 to 16 deliveries, and then this was that last wicket to get rid of that last man. That was a stunning catch, absolutely stunning catch. Both the last 2 catches were absolutely stunning and pressure catches. So that's how it went here at the BOI grounds. The game started at around 10 AM in the morning. So this is how it looks at the moment. MA's bodyline 249 for the loss of 9 wickets. Sampath Bank won the toss and elected to bowl first, and they restricted MA's bodyline for 249. Tharindu Tivanka 88 of 95 and Isuru Chandra Siri 50 of 65. The skipper with the ball, Sithija Silva 3 for 54 and Yashita Ashan 2 for 22. And in reply, Sampath Bank just fell short 3 runs in 49.4 overs. Hansa Jabandara 84 of 114 and Subudu 48 of 56. With the ball, it was the skipper Isuru Chandrasiri 4 of 29 and Ravindu Chanaka 2 for 18 as well. So MA's bodyline winning the match by 3 runs. So that marks the end of our live broadcast right here from the BOI grounds in Katunai. I hope you enjoy this absolutely stunning match of cricket, an absolute thriller of a game here at BOI grounds. This is MCA C Division games, and we hope to see you with more exciting action of this MCA C Division, hopefully in this weekend. But stay tuned with Sporty.lk, and it's goodbye from Katunai.